to be fixed. And so if we explore Saturn for a minute, Saturn in Pisces was retrograde. It went direct. It's moving like molasses in January. And it's really grinding people down to the commitments, grinding people feeling really frustrated, maybe a bit stuck, but you're not. It's that Saturn energy really holding you still, making you create space for things in your life that need to be taken care of, because otherwise they're coming up through Chiron as triggers, and they're triggering, arguments, things going on with people. And I just feel like, so as part of this Saturn energy we can use just to slow us down, and things like, if you're getting somebody's road raging at you, roll up your window, keep driving, don't look at them. Don't engage in too much reactionary kind of stuff, because you might get some weird spewing emails. You could get an unexpected served with some papers. You could get an unexpected complaint. You could get somebody difficult that you've been working with, and they're just like at their peak. This is the type of energy where we are going to busily make plans for our holidays coming up. We're going to go home and take care of all of our home kind of business, all our stuff we need to do at home. We're going to shore up some of that stuff, because in about 30 days, we shift into very different energy once we go at the tail end of the Sagittarian energy. And it'll lighten the load for a lot of people. So just you don't react. Take your time in responding to people. Remember to carry a light stick. Recognize that there's old trigger wounds. So if somebody's reacting all over you, the first thing I'd maybe ask them is, what's wrong? What's going on with you? Is something wrong with you? Like, are you okay? Are you doing okay? Because you're going to find that small things might turn very big. So this is the next 7 days or so, just so be mindful of that. Now, where this energy really pays off is if you're inventing, you're creating, you're trying to get all the details to a new idea, a new plan, a new business plan, new things. Now it's time to get all the details in place to launch it once even Neptune goes direct and right into the new year. So, which we'll talk about in future shows. And so that's some of the astrology going up. And now I could talk about that for hours, but I'm not going. I'm going to go into readings. And so if you want to find me, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I only have one social media page. It's Facebook, and that's it. I'm not on anything else, and I'll never contact you directly. You have to contact me. That's how it works. And so if somebody messages you saying to me, it's not me, that's not a real account. And you have to contact me. And I do have a lady who actually answers the phone. I have a real person, and they answer the phone. And her name's Lori, and she books all my appointments. My appointments are an hour long. I read palms and cards and tea leaves, and I do psychic medium work, and I work with your birthday. And I love to do a lot of paranormal research. I do a lot of spirit seeking, paranormal events. I have a lot of ghost hunting equipment, and I work with a lot of really wonderful and haunted events and venues here where I am in Canada. And so that's me in a nutshell. And we're going to start to get into it. And I believe I have someone named Donna from the UK. Donna, welcome.
Hi.
Hello, my girl. So welcome to my show. And I'm in Canada, and I'm in Winnipeg. I don't know if you've ever been to Winnipeg.
No.
Okay. Well, I suggest if you ever do, make it a summer trip, because it's usually minus something or other anytime other than that. So what can I help you with today, Donna?
I'm not sure really. I just wanted to see if I've got any messages from any loved ones or anything.
For a reading today. Okay, well, let's get started. What's the day and month of your birthday?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
What's the day and month of your birthday?
12th of June.
12/15. So you're a December baby?
No, 12th of the 6th. Oh,
December
sorry, you do it
6th.
the opposite way, don't you? 12th of June?
Oh, the 12th of June. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't understand. Thank you, thank you. And so 12th of June, well, let's work with your birthday a little bit. Okay, Gemini. The very first thing I feel like is people are going to come at you a bit over the next 3 months. That it might be a bit of a challenge, and it could come through things like at work, trying to work on things, challenges through work, challenges through things you're working on, and that just to slow the pace with that a little bit, because I feel like there could be some frustration there. If I thought of anywhere where challenges are coming at you. It seems to come in the income, employment, working, people that you might be working with could pose a bit of a challenge. So for the next 3 months, I feel like try to take it in stride. Don't don't get too angsty if people seem intense. There's something really important about disappointment with relationships and people around you, Donna. And I
Okay.
feel like you might have some tough conversations with a friend of yours, people kind of around you, because you're just like, enough. You'll be like, I've had enough. That's enough. Because I feel like they could be really heavy, really, their drama could weigh on your mental health. And you're kind of finally saying, that's it. I'm having enough of this. I don't want this anymore. Or I'm not taking that anymore. Um, and so there could be some just real clear boundaries with a few people, which is totally fine. And I wouldn't feel guilty for a second around that. The other
Okay.
place that's going to come up, yeah, and it because sometimes, right, Donna, those are the hard ones. And Geminis, I'm just working with your birthday. So Geminis, and right now, because you have 4 planets plus a new moon gathering across from you, it's in Sagittarius, which is your house of partnership. Okay. And so people that you commit to your time to, jobs you commit your time to, family you commit your time to, I feel like could be a bit bumpy and a bit short, unappreciative, impulsive, kind of challenging. So my little Gemini, I want you to find a way to kind of pull back from these people. Sometimes it's good to hide a bit, but I also would like you to there's something about you're going to think about, dream about, make plans about, maybe about where you live. And
Okay.
look, did you recently move?
No.
Okay. There'll be thoughts about maybe the town or the area that you live in. And I feel like there's going to be some decisions that are coming up within, I'm going to say 2 Marches. So March of 24 to March of 25. You're going to have some thoughts about where you live and the house you're in or the place you're in. And I feel like there's something very positive coming for you with by March of 25 in terms of where you're living. And you'll be very happy about this, or there's some real happiness about this place. And the final piece I'm just going to leave you with, because I only have a couple minutes, is your money. There's something about stops and starts to your money. That could be because of employment. I feel like you're about to hear some news in between around January, February, you're really happy about. Maybe you're finally hearing something about work or money but it seems to be in the new year, the end of January, going into February, something gets really shored up around your money, extra income. I hope you're winning it, but I don't think so. I think it's about earned income in some way. And there's some real good news coming to you early in the new year in the first 2 months. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Donna, and blessings to
No,
you and
thank
your family.
you. Thank you, you too. Bye.
Oh, take care, my girl. All right. And so now we've got, I believe, we had someone else up online. We had Shauna in Mobile, Alabama. Shauna.
Hello.
Hello, my beautiful Shauna. Welcome to my show.
Hi,
I'm Sweet Bee. Now, where would you like to focus today?
I get just a general, and then like
Okay.
whatever you're drawn to.
Roll the dice, B. Let's see how you read. No problem. That's my favorite. Okay, so let's start. We're just work with your birthday. What's the day and month of your birthday?
It's April 20th.
Okay, you're right on that cusp. You have that, what I call a special birthday. April 20th, 4 and 2 together is 6. 6 is your karma number. 6 in tarot is the lovers. So I'm going to bring our attention to that a little bit about for you, my little Taurus cusp, and this is why. For the last few years, the Taurus Aries cusp have had a bit of a bumpy ride with a whole bunch of eclipses. And because your
Yes, ma'am.
birthday, right, I can imagine the last 3 years would have been eek, especially the last even month. And why I say that is because you're on that Aries Taurus cusp, you had 2 very powerful and very gut punching eclipses in the last 6 weeks. And
Mm-hmm.
you might have a few things, like you might have something legal papers, legal correspondence, something that you're going to have to deal with. And I feel like you might be insulted by it. You might be like, no way are they going to do that, or no way are they going to get away with that. And I feel like you're going to have to put on your big girl pants, and you're going to have to really stand up for yourself. And there's some sort of communications, legal communications or paperwork, something that you're going to take a stand. And I feel like there's also around there's a couple of challenging men and they could come in both romantic and family form, but I feel like hold on to your money, Shauna, hold on to your energy, pull back on how much you're expending out, because I feel like it doesn't matter how much energy you're putting out there right now. Everyone's just like little pigs at a trough, and they're just you can keep giving stuff away, but I feel like you might have to say a few hard no's, because if you don't, I feel like it takes its toll in your health. Like
Yep.
like you're gonna hurt your mobility, like your hips, knees. You're gonna feel
I got bad
ache.
news.
Oh yeah, like that. Because you're carrying. I really believe in body talk ideas a lot about. I think because you're carrying the load for a lot of people, it shows up there for you in the knees, and when that's going on. And I feel like you have a man friend uh, that could be challenging. Like, you could be just a friend. I don't know. It feels like there's a platonic relationship. You've got these different men that show up around you, Shauna. And I feel like you're the fixer of broken wheels. And there might be a bit of that going on for you. And I do want to say, though, there is someone who really wants your attention, who really wants you. I don't know. I feel like they want to love you. They want your focus. But you're like, no, or I don't know if I feel that way, or I don't know, you're really making me mad, like you might be they might be willing to offer it to you, but you're frustrated maybe by them, or that they could frustrate you. There's a woman who
would that be
go ahead.
sorry, would that be like maybe the guy that I'm with now?
Yes. Yes, I didn't want to be.
Okay.
There's 2 men.
The other 2, there was 2 other guys that I was talking to. They owe me money, and I broke it off with both of them. to be with this guy that I'm with now. And
What's this guy's birthday?
I'm-
What's his day and month of his birthday?
his birthday is, he just had a birthday too. No, give me a second.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
October, I believe.
Oh, third week?
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check real quick for sure. But I'm almost
okay.
positive. I think it's October 11th. I do believe.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
September 13th. I'm sorry.
Oh,
September
September.
13th.
He's a Virgo. Okay, let's talk about your Virgo. Okay, first of all, okay, the ex-boyfriends and the money. You're very generous. You're very, when you love, if you loved me, Shauna, you would make sure I was well taken care of. And
Yep,
you
that's me.
deserve that back. Virgos, the Virgo that you're with, they can be physically affectionate or completely aloof, and sometimes both. And I feel like you might get frustrated with him because the two of you could be just on a different timeline in your relationship. Like, you're a woman of action and a woman of doing. And Virgos can sometimes be avoiders. Sorry, Virgos. I don't want any angry Virgo mail. But sometimes they could be aloofers, or they could be aloof or avoiding, and it's hard to get deep sometimes with them because they guard their heart pretty tight. And you're like right in there. You're like, boom, I'm right there. And so he's right on that I feel like make sure you still have, you're going to get frustrated with him because you're on different timelines. He's not a bad guy. He might be a little slower than you want, or just not, he might be offering something you're not really interested in. You're like, it's okay. It's not, it's lacking something. The other two guys with the money, darn, I feel like you're hearing from one of them. And I'm like, don't, and he's coming with a sob story. So whatever this is, this guy is coming with a, go ahead.
That makes perfect sense. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And he's like, I'll work
That
it all.
blows my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like it's because you're very powerful in relationship. And it's a real challenge for you to pull back sometimes in relationship. Like I said, if you loved me, I would feel it. I would know it. I would be taken care of. You would have thought of this. You know what I mean? But if you pull it back, I also feel it, like, eek, what happened? And so you got this guy coming back, and he's like trying to make all these promises about the money, or like, oh, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do this, I'll do that. He's trying to get back in your good graces in some way. Maybe he didn't want to quite let go of the relationship. And so that's important. Maybe you're a good catch there, my little Shauna. And also, my little April 20th. Your vehicle. Did you change vehicles recently?
About a year ago, because I was in a wreck and totaled my other car.
Okay. Don't lend out your vehicle.
Don't what?
Don't lend it out.
Okay.
Don't let people drive it. Okay. Okay. Because I feel like there could be about $8,000 worth of damage, like not enough to write it off, but it costs some money, to the car. Yeah, like that. Like, they banged, I reversed into something, so just be really mindful with that, okay? Don't lend it out.
Okay.
Okay. Because you might be like, what did you do to my car?
That just gave me chills. I just got chills like all through my body just now.
Yeah, don't let it out. I only have a few minutes. I only have about a minute left, so I'm going to leave you with something. There's something about you do have some sort of procedure or surgery coming, or something therapeutic coming to your leg and to your teeth. And I feel like you'll know about both of these things in the next several months, but there's something about you really getting strong with that or working on both of those things. Okay?
Yeah.
And thank you. And thank you for tuning in, Shauna, and tuning into my show. The Soul Medicine Psychic. I'm her. I'm Sweet Bee, and you'll find me every Tuesday on Psychic Tuesdays with Sweet Bee. And stay warm, stay safe, and remember, be good to each other. And we'll see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right, perfect. Hi, friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day and happy Thanksgiving Eve day. I am your mini medium. I have missed you guys so incredibly. I have been fighting some nasty viruses and just wanted to get myself back to feeling better. And so very important that I do that internal self-love and self-care, which I have been doing the last few weeks. So, but I have missed you all so incredibly. So I'm happy to be back and providing some readings. And we have such an amazing and special night tonight. And I cannot wait to share the story and this message and this channeling that we'll be doing tonight. So, but first, we got a lot to do. So let's just jump right in to our message for today. So our affirmation. Now I decided that I'm going to pull actually an oracle card. So I haven't pulled one of these in a long time. And so we're going to pull the number 26. And the 26 is very special with my guest that's going to be on tonight. And I'll explain that here in a moment. But the number 26 will also be the number that I'm connecting with tonight on my Facebook Live. So after my podcast at about 7:45 p.m., I will be doing my live free readings as always, and getting you guys prepared for the Thanksgiving holiday. So, but tonight's going to be extra special, and I can't wait to share my guest and the story with you. But okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pull the oracle card, and again, the number 26 is the number that I have been drawn to for the last few days, and I can't wait to share with you the reason for that. So let's see here. Let me count these out. 8, 9. And just remember, this is going to be an oracle message, so a little bit different than an affirmation, but just such a beautiful message that is going to be meant for everybody out there. So everyone around the world that's listening tonight, right? So the oracle card, the message for everybody, says to step outside of your comfort zone. Now, if that is not perfect for many of us, even including myself, take some time, do something every day that just scares you just a little bit, because I'm telling you, you will definitely see the benefit of that. Had I not stepped out of my comfort zone of sharing my gifts, I would not have been able to connect with this beautiful daughter that unfortunately had passed away at a very young age. And stepping out of my comfort zone helped me to connect with my gifts and to share them, and not to be afraid of sharing them around the world now. I mean, I've been doing my podcast for over a year, and just the connections have been phenomenal. So I'll tell you a little backstory really quick, and then I'm going to bring on Jody. Jody is actually from Utah, which is where I am from, ironically, as well. But I recently had a very terrifying, I guess, nightmare. I had woke up in the middle of the night. I sat up screaming and yelled, "No, no." And usually I remember my dreams, I remember what happened, but this time I didn't. And apparently, according to my husband, it scared the bejesus out of him, but he went back to sleep. But he said, I also just went back to sleep. And I could not remember the dream. I don't know why that happened. But later that day, I had done my many readings as I do throughout the day. And I'm sitting there in the kitchen, and I'm getting ready and pouring me a drink, and not a hard drink, by the way, but pouring my Diet Coke. And all of a sudden I hear this name, and I could hear the three syllables. I could hear like Tabitha, or the name ending in but three syllables. I also saw the number 26, and I also felt her passing was very tragic. And I felt there was a very strong message that needed to be given to a mom, or someone who was like a mom, like an older sister. So I don't do this often, but I put it out on my Facebook page, and I had put out all the details that I had picked up on, all the validations and the visions and whatnot. And I waited, and I had one couple other people that said maybe this is connected to me, but I did not feel it. And then I received a message from a beautiful mother by the name of Jody. And Jody messaged me and said, I unfortunately lost my daughter, Michaela. So there's the three syllables ending in the Michaela passed, I believe, at the age of 26. And not only did that connect, but not to get into too many details, but the the how do I put this? The repercussions of a person involved will also, it connects with the number 26. I'll just put it that way. So we just could not believe the beautiful connections. So I messaged Jody, and asked her would she be willing to come on to the podcast, and she has so graciously decided that she would love to be on, and we'll be bringing her on, and also we'll be bringing on the father um, of Michaela's son, and connecting to give his son, or excuse me, her son, their son, a message. So anyhow, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and bring Jody on so we can get some beautiful messages from her daughter. So, hi, Jody. This is Stephanie.
Hi.
Are you on with me? How are you, hun?
Good. Good.
Good, good. Are you nervous?
A little bit, but excited too.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm so happy. First of all, thank you so much for reaching out and letting me know you connected. I mean, I know it takes a lot of courage to do that, and then it's double courage to be willing to come on my podcast. And I mean, we're aired all around the world, but I feel like that your message and Michaela's message, I feel, is going to impact many, and that will be kind of
Mhm.
how you live through her, right? So. I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's just a beautiful message and connection there. So, okay, my friend. Well, what I want to do now, the number 26, as you connected, now, Michaela had passed at 26. Is that correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So what I want to do, I just want to pull a couple cards here and just see if there's any messages that come through that way. But then I really want to connect with her because she has been with me for the last few days. So she's a very strong energy, as you had mentioned earlier when we chatted. So um,
Yeah.
she's incredible. She is incredible. So okay, let me see here. Let me get these cards out now. As I was mentioning just a bit ago, that uh, the way that we have to do this is we'll be bringing on her. So it's her son's father, correct?
Yes.
Michaela's father. Okay. Okay. So we'll be doing that after we chat for a little bit and channel your beautiful daughter. We'll bring him on and see if we can't give him some peace with mom and some answers there. Okay. Um,
Mhm.
Okay. All right, my friend. So I'm going to just take a moment. It'll be a little quiet, but just know I'm still here, okay? That I'm just trying
Okay.
to bring her through. Okay. So give me one moment here. I just heard her say, Mom, you know that if I go big, I go big. And she loves that she's got this attention being on the radio.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Is that so like her?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh
I
my
just got the chills.
God. Me
Yeah.
too. I did too. Oh my gosh, my hair is standing straight up on my head. I love it. So I think we've got her here. So I love it. She made sure that we didn't just connect privately. She's like, thanks, Mom, for letting me have my 2 minutes of fame, you know. I love it.
Mhm.
So cute. Um, now, okay, I'm doing some of my automated writing. Um, Now, I do want to share with though, is it okay if I share how she passed? Are you comfortable with that?
Y- yeah, that's fine. As long as Taylor's not. I mean, Taylor's on might be on the phone, but he doesn't want his son to hear.
Okay, I see, hun. Okay, yep, I don't want that to. Okay, so I'm gonna just play it safe. So, oh, and my
Okay.
producer said he is, then he can listen. He's listening. So, okay, we'll just say, Mom had a very unexpected passing, very unexpected, very quick. And is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I feel like so Michaela's boy, she's so excited to know that her son is here, that you are here. But she also says, say hi to dad. She says, tell dad I said hi. Do you understand that?
Okay.
So
Her
is this
dad. Yes, I will. Yeah, I
go
will
ahead.
let him know.
Okay. Okay. She says, please tell dad hi. Um, she says that she says she doesn't really like to go back to the time of her passing because
Mhm.
she says that she says I was in a lot of pain. I hear her say I was in a lot of pain, so she
Yes,
doesn't want to.
she, yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
and
She was in a lot of
yeah,
pain.
yes,
Oh my gosh,
and
I got
mentally,
chills.
Yes, I did too. And that's her beautiful soul sitting with you, my friend. That's what I love. They give us the signs by the chills or getting really hot. I sweat a lot when I channel the other side. And but she says, Mama, I was in a lot of pain physically, mentally, emotionally, just so many things happening in her life. Um,
Yep.
and she's oh, she's such a beautiful energy. She's such a beautiful energy, my friend. She makes me feel like that when she was in her healthy self, that she would have done anything for anybody. She just feels so giving. Um,
Yeah.
and I love that feeling from her. And she says she got it from my mama. She says, I got that from my mama. She says, Mama, that was interesting. So did she call you mama or mommy, or like I feel like she didn't say
Yeah.
mom. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
She
I love
she does.
she oh I love it. She says that I am okay, yeah. She says, oh boy, she says, Mom, I'm gonna miss the mashed potatoes. I don't know, someone makes amazing mashed potatoes tomorrow, but someone she's like, Mom, I'm gonna miss it. She misses the cooking. So someone cooked very
Yeah.
well and she's missing that. So um but she has this very beautiful angelic energy that I feel she very well, without a doubt. And I well, I'll kind of back up for a moment. When I get ready to do readings, I ask that any loved ones that walk within God's white light to come through and they can use me and channel. And I ask that they not give me common signs. I feel like we connect with our loved ones, with butterflies and feathers
Mhm.
and dragonflies, all that stuff. But I'll tell you, she says, no, you've got to tell my mom that I am the butterfly. She says, I am the butterfly. So there's some connection with butterflies with her. Um, she's a busy bee. I'll put it that way. She's
Yeah.
very busy.
Um,
So go
my
ahead.
cousin and I were outside from work, and she opened her door, and there was a dragonfly
I
right
love
there,
that.
and she said, "Hi, Michaela," and
Oh, oh, I love that.
and
Well, and yeah, that's her way of because she would not let me get past. She's like, no, tell my mom that I am one of those common signs. The
yeah,
dragonflies and butterflies are very connected. So absolutely, absolutely, she's connecting with those dragonflies. And I can't help but think with her energy that she would be more of a dragonfly because she's very strong. And dragonflies, they don't sit still very long.
yeah,
They're all over the place, but they make their presence very known and then they're gone. And she
right,
says, Mom,
yeah.
that's oh, I just got the most beautiful message. She just said, Mom, that's exactly what I was. I made my presence, I made it known, and then I had to leave. So she says that
Okay.
and she says, Mom, she said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that she says you have stepped up and done so much for her, for your grandson. You've stepped up and done so much for her to honor her, that she's so grateful for that. So please know that, okay? Um,
Mhm.
she um, she's she's constantly chewing. I don't know if she loved gum or always had to have mints, but she's making me taste mints or gum. I have no idea what this is about. Do you understand that?
I know
That
she vaped.
okay. That would make sense. Okay. Yeah. So I feel like she's constantly, got something going on, either vaping or chewing gum. I can taste like a minty flavor right now. It's very interesting.
Mhm.
um, but yes, I feel like that she's just so elated to have you here. And I'll tell you, I know that I want to bring, your grandson on, but and his father, they're waiting so patiently. So I want to give them some time. But I want to tell you one thing that I feel very adamant is that there is no doubt in my mind that your daughter is who woke me up that night. There's no
Yeah.
doubt in my mind that she's the reason why we are here. She's such a strong energy. And the fact that she
Mhm.
loves that she's broadcast all over the world. She loves it. Um, Her biggest message that I feel for everybody, for you, is that she does not want people to focus on her passing, but how she lived. And I'll
Yeah.
leave you with kind of this message. I did pull. I got these beautiful cards that a friend had gifted me, and they are
Mhm.
by this amazing medium called. His name's James Von Prague. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's incredible, but he has these beautiful messages called that they are talking to heaven. So I decided to pull a card for you, and knowing this would be the
Mhm.
message from her, and I'll share that on my
Mhm.
live and share it with you. But the message, and I love this. There's a little girl, when you go watch the video, there's a little girl sitting with her Jack Russell Terrier dog, and it says, I'm just a thought away. I'll show that on my live. It's beautiful. So your beautiful daughter is just that thought away, hun. She's just, she's always with you. And I'll tell you, she's not only just a thought away for you, she's a thought away for me.
Yeah.
she, she's so powerful. Um, but
Yeah.
she does say to tell you to pay attention to your dreams. She does come in the dreams. She says, I haven't gone anywhere. So if you've been struggling with the dreams, feeling like I haven't dreamt of her lately, right now you're
Yeah,
just
I
in a
haven't.
different, yeah, she says that you haven't been. But she says you're just in a different part of your life in a different realm. But she says, pay attention, mom, I'm there. And when you remember those dreams, that's when you remember her messages, okay?
Okay. Yeah. When my mom passed away, um, my mom came to me in my dreams, and I was in her spiritual realm. And
Oh, I love that.
that was the next day. I felt so good. Um, and I asked her questions like, why? I gave her a hug, and I asked, why did you leave us? Why? And she said, because I was requested to go. And
Yep.
she said, next is your dad, is your grandpa, her dad. She goes, I want you to go
Mm.
see him. I'm like, okay. And then, that's when she left on the chariot. I'm like, no, don't leave. I have so many other questions. And she said, I'll come back and see you in 2 weeks. And so
Oh,
she came back to me 2 weeks, and she scolded me. She goes, how come you haven't go see your grandfather? He's next. And
wow.
I'm like, yeah. And
That's
and sure
incredible.
enough, he was next. And
Oh,
the day after she visited me, I felt so good. I felt energy. I felt really, really good. And for her to come visit me and to tell me that was, it was nice. And
yeah.
I couldn't get that
Well,
from Michaela.
I know, and it's a mother's block, it's a mother's block, and you will. I promise you will. You will have that connection with her soon. You may have
Mhm.
not have gotten it beforehand, but that's a protective, that's your guides protecting you, not wanting you to know beforehand. And I know that's hard
Mhm.
to and sometimes as a mom. I'm a mom as well. Um, but I know I've got about 6 minutes left, 5, 6 minutes. I want to get your grandson on to give him some messages, okay? But I appreciate you
Okay.
being on. Thank you so very much. And if you want, hop on my live tonight. We might get some more messages from her, okay?
Okay.
Okay, hun. All right. Have a wonderful night, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, bye bye. Okay, all right, we got a few minutes. I want to bring on Michaela's son and the father of her son. And this is Taylor. Hi, Taylor. This is Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie. How's it going? Got Case and then Taylor here.
How are you?
We're well. How are you?
Good, good, good. Well, I appreciate you hopping on, and just for a few minutes here. I think we got about 5 minutes or so, but I don't know. I think Michaela's mom explained to you kind of the whole backstory, so I don't want to waste time there. But I know that you and Michaela
Yeah.
have a boy together, your son.
Yep, we do. Kason, he's right here.
Okay. Okay. And what is your son's name?
Kason?
Tayson? Oh,
Kason, yeah.
oh,
Caysn.
oh, Taysy. Oh, that's cute. I love that. Okay. Hi, Tayson. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sweetheart. Well, I know you're about the same age as my daughter. I heard you're 9. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, sweetheart. Well, I want to tell you, your mom, I know sometimes this might be a little hard to understand, but I know with mom, being in heaven, I have that ability to channel her, and that means to connect with her and get messages from her. And your mom is an amazing mom, I'll tell you. She has tried to get my attention for the last 2 days, and she woke me up in the middle of the night and she got your grandma's attention and grandma reached out and this is why you're here and you are on the radio all around the world. Is that not so cool? Is that exciting?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm
Yeah.
speechless. Well, you get to be famous, my friend, for a little bit here. So I want to tell you, I pulled a card. I pull cards that give messages from loved ones that have passed away. And your mom wants to tell you one thing, my friend. Oh, you sweet little soul. Your mom is very proud of you. All I kept hearing was to tell my boy. She says, tell my boy, I'm so proud of him. She says that you just accomplished something. I don't know. Did you just play sports and you won? Or you did something, she was right there and watched you. Did something happen like that? Are you there?
Yeah, he's here. He's
Oh,
having a
he's
hard
shy.
time.
That's okay. You can answer for him. That's okay. Did he have an accomplishment recently?
He's had a lot of accomplishments recently, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
He
She's
won
showing me.
first place in his BMX racing.
Oh my
He's been doing
gosh.
really well in school and doing a lot of cool
That's
stuff.
incredible. All right. Well, I'll tell you, Tayson, the one thing your mom showed me was a big old trophy. So your mom was with you when you won that race. That's what I mean. It was a sport, and I couldn't quite pinpoint what sport it was. But your mom says that she's so proud of you. She was right there and she was pushing you. She's like showing me she was behind you, trying to help you win that race. So every time that you run that race, sweetheart, I'm going to cry. You know that mom is right there with you, okay? That she is pushing you along. She's such a beautiful soul. And she says that she plays video games with you. She says she just showed me sitting right next to you. Does he play video games?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, okay. She says to tell you, Taylor, not she's not a fan of those the shoot 'em up games though. She says I'm not a fan of those.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, yeah, she says that, but she knows that this is his way of his out, his therapy, So,
Hmm.
but she's so proud of you, Tayson. And one thing I do feel too, she also just like with Grandma, she comes in your dreams. But she says that before you go to bed, she says you need to turn off the electronics so you can focus on her. She says she tries to come through. So I don't know if you're on your phone right before bed or your video games, but just she says, I want to come through. But sometimes our mind is so um, busy with that kind of stuff. So take some time and ask mom to come through and she'll visit you. Um, she wants you to know that she absolutely and without a doubt loves you and just wishes that she could be there in the physical world and be there present with you. Taylor, she says to tell you also that she's so grateful for you. She says that you have stepped up and done so much for him and for her and for your son. So, oh my gosh. Okay, I have to tell you, I've got 60 seconds left, but I want to give you a message from your mom, Tayson, and then we'll have to wrap up. But if you guys hop on my live after this, on my Facebook Live, we can continue this reading, okay? But your mom's message says, "My death was painless. Please don't worry or hold on to any guilt." And that was one of the cards that I pulled. I think that's a beautiful message. It's just that your mom didn't have any pain, okay, sweetheart? All right, guys, I feel so bad. We could continue, but please hop on my live. I have to end my show. Thank you for joining, and
Okay.
get on my Facebook
Yeah,
page,
thank
the
you.
mini media, and we'll continue this if you can, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're so welcome. All right, guys, bye-bye. All right. All right, guys, I know we're wrapping up. It went by so fast, but thank you. This was such a wonderful night, and I will see you guys next week. Happy Thanksgiving. Be safe, be happy. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne, and I will be your host for a little bit. I hope that everyone is doing well and feeling love and feeling safe. I am coming from Minnesota, and I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And I am so happy to be here. Thank you, everyone, for listening and for calling in. This is really, really an awesome chance for everyone to get a reading free, and for us clairvoyants and psychics and mediums to be able to reach out to everyone that calls in. So, hello and welcome to November. I hope that everyone is going to have a wonderful holiday season. We are going to be celebrating Thanksgiving soon here in the United States. And I'm just thankful for everything this year. This year has brought a lot of changes for me. A lot of ones I didn't want, but now I'm feeling very, very blessed, and I hope others are too. I hope that everyone kind of stays centered during all this holiday situations. It can be depressing for some people with hard family backgrounds. It can be lonely for a lot of people who don't have family. And it's even harder for those people that have hard childhood memories of the holidays, and yet some who haven't had any holidays as children. So I hope that you're all gentle with each other and just love and be patient with yourself. And whatever you do, don't overdo it. Don't think that you need all the money in the world to make people happy. Um, don't overextend yourself to be the person that does everything. Just really, really be balanced because the holidays are hard. Even on the best terms, it can be hard. So, with that being said, I hope that somebody calls. Um, I am at Psychic Paths, www.psychicpaths.com. If you would like to write me a message or set up your own private reading, I am available. Um, so yes, um, so I hope that everything goes good tonight for you, and that you try out calling in because we have a lot of excellent, excellent readers here. We have Tanya, New South Wales. Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
hello,
How are
hello.
uh, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad today. Thank you. Yes.
Good, good. What can I help with tonight?
I guess I'd like to know a bit of direction, where I should be devoting my time, whether it be to study, um, maybe what's going on in my relationship at the moment, whether it's worth pursuing. um,
Okay. All right.
yeah, and whether,
Let me
yeah.
hear. Let me hear what Spirit has to say. Um, so what I got right away when you were talking was that you do have a good intuition. Your gut instinct is very right on, especially about
Mhm,
yourself. And what Spirit has told me while you were talking was that you already have a good idea of what you should be doing and what direction you should be doing. But I feel like
mhm,
you argue with yourself or you bring up what ifs. This is what Spirit is telling me. So then you feel
mhm.
kind of overwhelmed and kind of stuck. But Spirit is telling me that you have a very, very good intuition on yourself. Do you know what I mean by gut instinct or,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah.
um,
I guess there's things I want to do. I'm fairly good at manifesting things. I just, yeah, it's, I'm not sure when the finances um, will
let
improve.
me see, let me see what Spirit says about that.
Mhm.
So have you been having like being more focused on your finances, let's say for the last year or since March?
um, yeah,
Because some
particularly, yeah, particularly
excuse
now,
me.
within the last um, few months. Yeah.
Okay, hang on a second. Um, Yes, they say that you've had a blinding flash of insight on the finances part. Um, I feel like there's going to be a little difficulty or a stagnation for a while. Um, and that's just, I feel like planetary situations, not karma, but planetary
Yeah.
situations. And I
So
feel like
how long do you see that going on for? Like months or
it's going to happen for about the next 6 weeks, the next month, next
the
six
next
weeks.
6 weeks?
And
Yep.
I feel like there's a hidden lesson inside this. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I think you're even bright enough or intuitive enough to know that there's a lesson in the money being stagnant. Like, what have you learned from this? Because
Oh,
somehow
okay. Yeah.
there's a little lesson in
That
this that yes. Um,
that makes
but that's
sense.
mainly
Yeah, being more sensible.
oh, it's so hard to do. For me anyway. Um, Also, you have a very, very good outlook on money. You know it's a tool. You know it's not the feast, but it's the utensils in order to have a feast. So I feel like by the end of December, you should be doing really well. I feel like the manifestations aren't going to come little by little, but they're just going to
Yep.
be just abundant starting in December, middle of December. It should be all coming towards your way, what you've been wishing for and what you've been
Yep.
manifesting. Speaking his emotions, he can show them and you can feel them, but there's kind of an obstacle with his speaking of his
Yeah.
emotions.
That's it. Yeah. I never feel like he's emotionally invested. Um.
And I
Yeah.
think it's just that uneasy feeling he has about expressing his emotions. But I do believe that his intentions and his motivations are good. And if it's about
Yeah.
that distant feeling, it's more just in the conversation part of him, inability to express everything he feels. And I feel like he feels deep, and from what I can sense, he's intense at times. Um,
Yeah.
he wishes he were
Yeah.
lighthearted. That's too bad because he's intense. I just heard he would like to be lighthearted and easygoing, but he's very, very good. I think that you should
I
stick
think
with
he's
him until
okay. Is he
because I just
afraid of
feel like he's
commitment?
no.
I feel he's
I don't
afraid,
feel.
scared of commitment.
I think he's
No.
afraid of showing who he is. I
Oh,
feel
okay.
like he's afraid of being vulnerable. And
Right.
that's the part of the talking too, because if he opens up to you, then he's vulnerable.
Right.
And he has to work on that. You don't have to work on that.
No. No.
Okay?
So should I just wait for him to contact me when he's
Yes.
ready? Or, yeah.
Yes. And you can help him if you want to envision in spirit, the blue chakra will help him talk more. If you can
Okay.
focus on the manifesting the blue chakra just being open and pulsating and being
Yeah.
healthy, it may help him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I hope, I hope I've been of some help to you tonight. I'm so glad you called.
Yeah. Yeah. You have. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You have a
Yeah.
wonderful rest of your week.
Yes. Thank you. Thank
All
you
right.
again. Thanks.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Well, everyone, I'll see you next week. Everyone, please have a great week, and I will see you then next Wednesday. Be safe. Love. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Maria Leggett, and I'm coming live to you from Dayton, Ohio. I want to say happy Thanksgiving Eve to all of those in the U.S. who celebrate Thanksgiving. And to the rest of you, I hope you are having an amazing evening, even though it's not Thanksgiving for you. So right now, I want to take a moment to give thanks and honor all of the indigenous tribes who have inhabited the area where I live in Ohio right now. And those are the Osage tribes, the Miamia, the Shawandasatula, the Kaskiaska, the Hopewell, and the Adena Indians, who all lived here on this land and took very good care of it. And I just want to honor them and say thank you to them for everything that they have done. So I also want to talk about some amazing Black Friday sales I have going on my website. If you go to MariaLeggett.com, which you can see right here, it has all of my Black Friday sales. So all of my courses that are under $200 right now are on sale in one huge bundle for $199. So for the price of one course, you get all of them. And so that's going to include Intuitive Tarot, which it's so detailed, you literally could start your own part-time or full-time business being a tarot reader if you're interested in doing that. Even if you just want to read for yourself, it's such a thorough course. We also have an introduction to clairvoyance, and there is meeting your spirit guides. So there are 5 different classes for meeting your spirit guides. And we have there are elementals and ancestors and angels and deities and all of that. So I would love to have each and every one of you go to my site, marialeggett.com, and sign up for this beautiful bundle. It's only on sale between now and Sunday evening for $199, and it includes 14 courses, including 7 brand new courses that I am releasing for the chakras to do a deep dive, to go down in, find the trauma, and release it privately in your own home without having to deal with anyone else. And I'm also taking on 3 new spiritual mentoring clients, and all of that is available on my website, marialeggett.com. So thank you, Carla, for coming on to the show tonight. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you so much. How may I be of service to you this evening?
I was wondering if you could possibly um, connect with my late husband who passed almost 20 months ago, um,
Mm-hmm.
or any spirit, anyone that a family member maybe, or but particularly him. You just have this
Absolutely.
curiosity.
Do you have any
What
specific
is he
questions that
doing?
you would like to ask him?
Ask him what he's doing. I miss them so bad. I'm like, I'm just wondering, do they still have the lives that they had down here? Is he golfing? Is he enjoying his family? What is he doing? That's just,
The, the first
I
thing
just
the
want to
first
hear
thing he
from
says
him.
to me, the first thing he says to me is that he wants you to know that he can breathe easy. He takes me way deep into the chest, being able to just breathe easy, a full breath and release it. He's able to relax. It's funny, he shows me one white hand. And so whenever I see one white hand, that definitely is an indication of golfing, because they're out there, they have the glove on their hands usually, and so one of them is usually whiter than the other. And
Hmm.
he is talking about being at peace and being at ease and just feeling no discomfort at all. Um, he says that he is watching over preparations for the household. Things are getting ready. I don't know why this is important, but he's showing me like clean sheets, bed linens, like freshening up the house. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. I hope.
So,
I want to go meet him, but I hope it's not too soon. I'm just wondering.
no, he says, take your time, take your time. He wants you to know that he misses you too. And what he misses the most is just being able to sit next to each other and hold hands. He says it's not the huge, big things that he misses it's just the small stuff that he misses the most, right? Being able to have conversations and chat about mundane things and chatting about all of the deep things and just enjoying time together. um, he shows it to me as though not only were you married, but you were actually friends and connected very well on a friends level, that you could talk about anything and share information on things. Do you understand this?
I do. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
We have a very lengthy marriage, 40 years, and we met each other in high school actually. So yeah, we my best friend for sure. Yeah.
I I love that. Because one of the things that I try to do is I try to ask them, when was the last time you were around them? And the interesting thing is I feel like this is a given just because it's the holiday. But he talks to me about you going to the store and picking out a turkey and not getting one that's like super big. It was like you tried to get the big one and then he takes me into a smaller one. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
says that he enjoys being able to go shopping with you still, just in a different form, and being able to
Okay.
walk through the market with you and do all the different things.
Well, yeah. I know I feel his presence, and I felt it more in the first year, and now going into the second year. I'm not seeing as many signs or signals, and I'm very open to that.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what I miss. Um, but I was wondering, would you be able to tell me? This is probably a weird question, but has he and I shared more than one lifetime together?
Yes,
Would
he's
you
giving
know
me the
that?
number 3. Yeah, he's giving me the number 3.
Three?
You've had 3, yeah, 3 lives together. Um,
Wow.
he says he's showing me that one of them would have been in the 1800s, and interestingly enough, one of them would have been in the 1500s. And they're spaced far enough apart because there were lessons that you had to learn in between so that you could come back together. And he shows it to me that in this lifetime, you actually stayed together for the full length of a lifetime rather than in the prior lives where one of you had passed away first. And so in this time, it was time for you guys to actually spend a lengthy amount of time together. He talks to me about very early in your marriage, there was a fear for you on what if, what if you leave me? What if you pass away? What if something happens? And he talks to me about it being an almost like an irrational fear that you guys had to work through, and that comes from a prior life. Does that make sense?
Mhm. A lot of insecurity. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. And
interesting.
so it doesn't come so much from insecurity as in the things that happened in this life, but coming from a prior life for please don't leave me. And in the second life that you guys were together, you were father and daughter, except the roles were reversed. You were the father and he was the daughter, and he actually passed away, and that's why you carried the fear. So the younger daughter passed away, and it's not natural for parents to have to bury their children. And so because of that, you carried this fear for I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave. And interestingly enough, he's telling me that that's one of the reasons why in this life that he did pass first, because it was a lesson that you needed to learn to understand that yes, you can stand on your own 2 feet without him. It's a choice and a preference that you lead it together. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, he really prepped me well. He, you know,
Yeah.
he gave me a hard time about a lot of things, like, I like saying things like, I don't know what you're going to do about this one day, so,
Yeah.
I mean, his death, yeah, outside, I was blinded by his death because it, it came quickly, it's just a few months that, he got diagnosed with cancer and then he passed. But, I don't know. It's very odd. I really think he was pretty young too. Actually, it's the sort of our retirement. And
Yeah.
I was just wondering if we ever spent like if we were ever old together in another lifetime. Because I'm thinking, I had always pictured us growing old together, and it didn't happen. It's
He is
odd.
showing me that this is the lifetime that you've been the longest amount together.
Wow.
And
Hmm.
so the big lesson for this one was, which is why he was so insistent on preparing you for, you need to make sure that you know how to pay all the bills. You need to make sure that you need to understand what to do if
Yeah.
the refrigerator breaks. You need to know what to do
Right.
if the car doesn't run right, if you can't get it started. So he wanted to make sure that you had all of the contacts and all of the things that you needed so that you felt
Mhm.
comfortable when it was time for him to go, because that was the lesson that you needed in this lifetime, was to know I am an independent soul and I can do this. I just choose to do it with you. And he says, he's like patting himself on the back. He's so proud of himself because you're doing a great job. And he wants you to know that.
No, I just tell him he needs to come visit me more often. Well, let me know
He
if he's
says,
around.
he just wants you to set it in your mind for him to come and visit you in dream time, and he will take care of that. Thank you so much, Carla, for being on the show. I appreciate you very much. I hope you have a wonderful holiday.
You too. Thank you so much. It's a great reading.
Oh,
Bye
thank
bye.
you. Bye bye. And for everybody who's still watching, do not forget my beautiful Black Friday special. Go to marialeggett.com and sign up for all the things. We have mentoring places that are open. So I have 3 one-on-one spiritual mentoring ships open. You can do a package of 5 or a package of 10, and you get them 33% off. I only do this once a year. And we have Voxer mentoring, where you can download the Voxer app if you don't want to do the bigger package. And that's a 3-month subscription. You get the first month for free, and you just pay for the next 2 months. And that's where you can talk to me as many times a day as you want, leave messages, I respond, and we work through all of the things. And don't forget the beautiful whole evergreen digital courses that are out there for you. 14 beautiful courses, all on sale for $199. Thank you so much to all of you. I appreciate you. Head over to marialeggett.com and sign up for yours now. Have a wonderful holiday. Thank you.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Hello, my darling, cherished ducklings. This is Perry Lyons on Moonstruck TV, A1R Psychic Radio, and coming to you from New York City. Hence the title, Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. All becomes clear. So you can call in, you can fall in, you can kick the wall in, but get to me somehow, because even if I would encourage you to call in, because I'm really on today. The moon is in Pisces. I'm a Pisces. Pisces is all about vibes. Also fish, but we'll start with vibes. When I started doing this, 10-something years ago, nobody else was doing it. I would say I'm a psychic medium at parties, and people would back away slowly. Or maybe they just did that anyway. No, but it was kind of frowned upon. And I turn on YouTube now, and everybody and their kid sister and their cockatoo is doing tarot, which I think is great. I think that right now, if you're listening to this or watching it, as they say on YouTube, but I actually mean it. That's the difference. Also, I have fluffy hair. I just came from my friend Megan, who did my hair. Bless you, Megan. But if you're walking by the TV and you see this, or if you're listening, dialing on the radio and you hear this, I will say that if you call in, I will have the right answers for you, unless you ask me something about calculus or geography. Or even if you're just listening in, I will also say, claiming Carl Jung's theory of synchronicity, that what you're going to hear is what you're supposed to hear right now. I said that before everybody on YouTube started saying it. So, and darn it, I have a New Yorker profile. So Violet, what a beautiful name, in Naples, Florida. I'll be right over. My love, I'm just going to do the psychic weather really quick. Can you hang on? Take deep breaths in through your mouth, breathe out through your nose, think of your question, and by the time I get to you, you'll be so zen that we'll just do it perfectly. Are you good with that?
Yes. I
Yes.
do.
Thank you, love. Okay, we're going to do the psychic tarot weather, also known as the tarot psychic weather. And as my regular viewers and listeners know, and bless you, my darlings, you are my cherished ducklings. You really are. Psychic weather is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. What I'm going to be doing is drawing 3 cards randomly, very randomly. If you could see my cardboard box full of like 1,000 mixed tarot cards, you'd know just how randomly. But so the first card is going to be for the first part of the week. So starting today, tomorrow, a little into Friday. Pick 3 cards, and Violet, thank you so much for waiting. The first card, beginning of the week, second card, middle of the week, third card, end of the week. And are you ready? Because this is usually really accurate. Great. Okay, hold on. And this is for everybody, but Violet is for you too. And then we'll come to you. I'll focus on you, and I'll give you a very, very accurate and good reading. Be right back. Here are the cards. And angels, be with me. Show me the cards. Oh, we love this card. Okay. First of all, we've got the Empress card. So at the beginning of the week, you might be seeing your mom or a mother figure. Some of you could be becoming a mother, but that's a little more specific than I want to get. But at the beginning of the week, the Empress card indicates either a mother figure or a woman that you'd really like to be. What I mean by that is that if you can see, the Empress has, she's holding a scepter, so she has access to power. She's got a crown of stars, so she's very spiritual. And she's richly arrayed. That's not easy to say, which means that she has it going on in the abundance department. So this is a woman who's completely aligned with her higher self, her purpose. And this means that this is somebody you're either going to be around or the woman that you're heading towards being. We love that. Middle of the week. Oh, it looks like this is interesting. There's a Mars retrograde this week. So all retrogrades bring people from your past back in. Mars is about a bunch of things. It's about action. It's about day-to-day life. It's about physical expression. It's about sexuality. So this could be somebody from your past, with whom you have both a strong, we'll say physical bond or physical attraction, but also somebody with whom you trust. If you'll see, the little boy and the little girl are exchanging, he's giving her a golden cup filled with flowers, and it's a very, very nice card. We like it a lot. It also has to do with healing, but you're healing something from the past with somebody from your past who might appear unexpectedly. I just love doing that. And we love this. And the last card is Badger Spirit. This does not mean that you have to badger people or that you have to dress up like a badger. A badger it's mostly found in England and Europe. It's a kind of animal it can be very fierce, it's very dramatic looking, and it's very, very determined. And what it does is it's very bold, very brave, not unlike a honey badger. Well, not that crazy, but and it means you're really going to go outside your comfort level, comfort zone this week. Step outside if there's a chance you've been thinking about taking. If there's, for me, there's a publisher I want to call to get my beautiful book from the 1930s, nature book, looked at, published. If there's something like that, a dream you want to act on in a real way, Monday, Tuesday, and next Wednesday are the time to do it. I hope that helped. Hello, darlings. Thank you for listening. And Violet, hi, sweetheart. Thank you for waiting. Tell me your birthday. I like to connect to people with their birthdays.
February 10th, 64.
Oh, that's a good day. Oh, you little Aquarius here. And this feels like, well, you have a bunch of questions at the top of your mind. I can sort of almost see them. I mean, I can't see you, literally. That's right.
Yes,
it's a two-way TV. But do you have a specific question, Mama?
I have a doubt that I have cancer, and I have to do the test, and I'm very worried. Right now, the front of me
I'm so sorry. Was it just diagnosed?
Mm-hmm. No, but I'm doing the test for the colon
cancer because my iron is very low and I have some symptoms. And my doctor.
Well, I'm very glad you're doing the test. But you haven't been diagnosed yet, right?
Not yet. No.
I think I'm not allowed to address medical issues as a psychic. I can tell you that as I look into, I really want you to have the test, but I'm going to quickly switch over to something because I'm getting you having a really nice future, but I want to make sure you take that test. But I have a feeling that as soon as you take the test, and the test is going to be kind of an entryway into good health, I really think that right after you take the test, you're going to find out really good stuff. So I wouldn't worry too much, but I am going to address something else that's on your mind. How many kids do you have? Do you have 3? Am I getting the right number?
No, I have only one son.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Do one kid just moves around a lot? Maybe that's why I'm getting 3. It does feel to me like you've been worried about you. Yes?
I have a question. Just 2 days ago, on 27th, my beloved cat passed away. And I'm very, very, very blue.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And I have the feeling that she's around with me.
Oh, yeah. If there's any being that stays around, because honestly, they just think they might get fed. And I really do. Was this on the 27th or the cat was 27?
Cat passed away on 27th. She had the carcinoma. And we euthanized her. But
feels like a girl cat.
But the thing is that the doctor told us that we can talk her and she can hear it us. And we told her how much we love her, and she got a tear in her eye, and we are so upset about it. We cannot go over it. We still feel kind of guilty, but the cancer was very aggressive and very progressive, and the doctor
I'm very sorry. I know a lot of people have been losing pets recently, and for all of my friends, and for you, Violet, who've lost their pets recently, please know that the animal really is with you. I've had a lot of cats that I have one cat who died 10 years ago who still jumps onto my bed if I sleep in a place that's new or that I haven't been for a while. And so they're definitely
the next day we don't know that was Russian blue cat. We had her for 16 years. And the next day we went to the shelter. We went to the shelter to give her food. And we adopted 2 cats exactly like her. And we think that she guided us to do that. We don't know why we did that. We was like delusion people, doesn't know what you're doing. And we just adopted like her. They're the same like her, brother and sister. I cannot believe it, but it is what it is.
No, it is extremely sad. And I'm so sorry you had to go through that. And for all of our friends and for
Violet, and right now I'm
if your animal passes on, I'm so sorry. Do know that I'm always grateful for the pets I've had, and I'm always grateful for the fact that I got to tell them I love them and give them a lot of good food before they cross that rainbow bridge. All right, my love, thank you. I'm going to get to our next caller. I hope you feel better soon. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. And we have, I don't know if you guys saw that half moon in the sky today. I don't know where else it would be. The half moon. Yeah, it was behind my couch. I was cleaning behind the couch cushions. I found an unwrapped peppermint, 35 cents, and the moon. It was amazing. Anyway, so I'm Perry Lyons. For those who are just coming in, I'm a former model, former personal shopper, current singer-songwriter. I've sung with Moby. I've sung with Courtney Love. It's been a fun ride so far. And then 10 years ago, I got hit in the head with piano. I know that makes me sound like a Warner Brothers cartoon, but I'm not. Actually, maybe anvil would make me sound more like that, but it's true. I got hit in the head. I was with piano like lid, and I was out for 3 days. And when I came back, I'd always had a certain amount of intuitive or psychic ability, but suddenly I had a lot of it, and it was not convenient. I was working as a personal shopper at Vuitton, and when I was back at work, the one on Fifth Avenue, somebody came in, and I said, "Hey, how are you? Great to see you." I didn't know them, never seen her before. And I said, "Wow, that's a great tan. It looks like you just got off the 8 a.m. flight from Costa Rica." And she looked at me and said, "I did." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then she was carrying this little dog. And she also, there's something, I said, "Oh, I know." I said, "Well, this must be quite a change from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Do you miss it? Do you miss living there? How are you liking New York? It's been, what, 5 months?" And she looked at me and she said, "Yes, I didn't tell you that." I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just, okay. Well, moving right along. What a cute dog. Oh, I bet he's a Gemini. Is he a Gemini?" She said, "Yes, he is a Gemini. His name is Gemini. And I'd like to talk to your manager." So it did not go well. I kept the job, but that kept happening all of a sudden. And I grew up with a psychic mom. I mean, she would deny that, but, "Oh, Nathan, Newcastle. Oh, I was just going to visit you and bring some coals to you, Nathan. How are you?"
Very well, thank you.
Good. I'm so glad. I will let that story go because I'm fascinated to talk to you. I love the north of England. Love it. So, my darling, how can I help you tonight?
I would like to know if I could have. My question would I would like to know if there's any loved ones around me or anything about my future at all.
Okay, a good thing to ask a psychic. All right, darling, just tell me what your birthday is. When is your birthday?
June 2013, the 13th of June 2000.
Oh, so you're a Cancer. Cool. 2000. Oh, wow. That's very cool. I mean, you really are a millennial.
Thank you.
That's great. And you're such a baby, so young. All right. Have you done something in the past where you worked with your hands? Have you had like a summer job in construction or what?
I don't understand that, no.
Oh, okay. I was about to ask, in the past, have you done a job where you worked with your hands? Did you have like a summer job in construction or anything like that? That's in the past. I'm just getting a sense of.
Actually, yes. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, I did.
Okay, good. It's a confirmatory question, my angel. So that way I get to see that I've got you. That's
yes,
interesting. Well, one thing I want to say is that the ladies like you, Nathan. They do. So you want to be a little careful.
Thank you.
So you, in the next month or two, so you don't have like a little Nathan running around. I actually do see you getting married in about 2 years, maybe a year and a half. Which is interesting. Honestly, you feel like almost a bit, I mean this in the nicest possible way. You feel like kind of a player to me, which is, I think, adorable. But
yes.
I know. But I think a couple of things are going to happen. I don't think you've met her yet, but I think in 3 to 6 months, and I think you're going to meet her at your local. Do you have a local you go to?
I do, yes. A local, yes.
Is the name of it, does it have some sort of, I want to say chicken, but that's not right. Is there some sort of animal or in the name?
I don't understand that, no, but I do understand.
Oh, okay. I was asking if the name of the pub you go to, where I think you're going to meet this person, what the name was, because I was getting either a crown or an animal in the name of the pub, but that's okay. I just like being right.
I can understand. Wait a minute, yes, a crown, something like that, yes.
Okay, great. Cool. All right. Good. I'm on, baby.
Yes, I can understand that.
I know. It's so funny because my friends from Newcastle, it took me months to understand their accent, so I'm sure it's the other way around. I asked them very nicely to get yellow subtitles, but they refused. So be careful as you're breaking ladies' hearts right now. A, because I don't want to see you as a victim in a true crime episode, because women really like you, man. They really do. So be a little considerate, and also be careful because not that we don't want little Nathans running around, but we don't want them running around just yet. Okay, if you know what I'm saying, be careful.
No.
The other thing is you might be going in. Yeah, thank you. You might be going into business with a mate. Do you have a mate you're thinking about? A friend?
Into business.
I know Americans.
Oh, I don't know about that one, but I'll keep that a thought though.
I don't think that's immediate. I think that you are changing jobs soon. Excuse me. I think you want to do something. I think you're comfortable working with your hands, and I think you're comfortable playing a certain role. And
yes,
but I think you're going to go from I don't know. It feels to me, I'm seeing you, darling. I'm seeing you in a jacket and tie in an office.
Yeah.
And
in an office.
I think sometimes you have a little self-doubt because of the whole class thing in England. But I think actually you're so straightforward and you're very smart and you're very good at solving problems. Am I right?
Oh, yes, I am.
That's
Yes.
far. Yeah, you're really good at I don't know if you do IT, but you do something for work where you solve problems and nobody does it like you do. Nobody. So what I'd like you to think about
you're right.
is that you're going to get, I want you to either ask for a raise or just, they're taking you a little bit for granted. They need to pay you more. And then you can fly over and have a really good date. But, or you could just take me to dinner. That's fine. But you are the best in your office at what you do. And
excellent.
Actually, you're the best in a lot of things at what you do. But I think you're a little modest. And I think the big boss might be a bit of a toff and be kind of toffee-nosed.
Yeah.
So just keep being yourself. And don't let that affect your confidence. And every morning when you get up, look in the mirror, the first thing, and say, you're smart, you're handsome, and everybody knows it. You need little spell to get your confidence. Get your confidence.
Yes.
You should get your confidence up where it needs to be, because very smart people often have a lot of self-doubt. Now, recently, one of your parents has been ill. Is that correct?
Has been ill.
Or has not been feeling. Or just a little. I'm getting something about one of your parents. Your mother needs to take better care of herself. I feel like your mother does a lot.
I don't really see my mom anymore now. She left a long time ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe that's what I'm getting. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting. I think she's really well. Let's move along. You have 2 brothers and a sister?
I do, yes.
Damn, I'm good. I love my job. Okay, one of your brothers you get along really well with. The other, not so much.
I do, yes.
I like your sister, but she's kind of a badass. But I don't think you'd. I think you and she get along. That brother might be the friend I was seeing you go to.
She has a point, so she annoys us. So yeah.
Cool. That brother that you get along with really well, he might be the one, the friend I see you going into a side business with, because you have different abilities. You can fix anything from a problem to an engine to that's how you think. He doesn't think like that. He's an ideas guy, and he's a good salesperson, right?
Yes.
So the two of you could do quite well in business together. Maybe start out as a side hustle. I do like where you're working, but I want them to pay more attention to you. So you might have to take a little chance and just kind of take a deep breath and don't wait till you're ready. Never wait till you're ready. And say, hey, you know what? I would like a little more money. And also I would, well, maybe in Britain right now, that's not such a good idea. Sorry. But after the turn of the year, when things are going to get better, I would maybe think about a raise then, and also ask them to send you in a training course. There's a training course that's available to you there that you don't know about and you should take. I'm not sure if it's IT or if it's something. What? A training course.
There, is there?
At your job, there's a training course that they can send you on that you don't know about. So just kind of ask about that a bit, because there's some training that they should pay for you so you can keep going up the ladder. I do think you're going to meet your girl, and I think you've got kind of, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Your type is kind of a, you remember Samantha Fox or the young Pam Anderson? That's your type. Blonde, curvy, yeah. That's who you're going to meet. You're going to meet her in your local. She's going to be sitting two stools down from the end. She might have just had a fight with her boyfriend. And you're very strong, but don't come on strong. Just be very sympathetic and very kind. Because you're so masculine, you don't have to worry about her thinking you're, but with this girl, when you meet her, which is maybe 3 to 6 months, you'll know her when you see her. She looks like she should be on EastEnders, but in a really good way, And so you want to be really sincere with her from the beginning. You have a great line, and you can snow any girl standing, but with this girl, I want you to be yourself. I mean, not that you aren't, but I think sometimes you present this, like, you've got this great persona, right? So that's what I got for you, baby. Tell me what happened. My name is Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. And thank you. Tell your friends, okay? I'm here Wednesday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. All right, love? Mwah.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Alignment Mentor
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to A1R Radio. My name is Angie. I'm a Soul Alignment Mentor, and I help people to connect with their most authentic and highest self, living and manifesting the lives that they truly were meant to live as their human self on this earth. And since we have Thanksgiving this week in the States, I do understand there's probably people all around the world listening at this time. And so you may not be having a holiday this week, or you might be doing something else. But I wanted to talk a little bit about using your energy and your connection with the spirit realm to navigate through times like when you're spending time with your family a little bit more, or even when you're going into the winter months of the year. Here where I live, I'm actually from Kansas, so I'm in the very middle of the US, and we often have very strange weather here. It could be really, really hot in the summer, and it can be really, really cold in the winter. And then in the middle of that, there's mixed in all kinds of different weather. But right now, what is happening is the time change has happened, and so it's getting dark really early, around like 5 p.m. And every year, I struggle a little bit with what we call SAD. And so I want to talk about that. I spent over 18 years working in the mental health field, and because of my experience working in the mental health and my connection with spirit, I'm able to bring both of those together, where I can help people really understand how to navigate through hard times in their life, both from a therapeutic and mental health approach and from a spiritual, intuitive, psychic approach. And so when I combine the both together, I can help people understand who they are in their energy a little bit more. And this time of year in particular, when we're not outside as much, when we're not doing as much physically, we can have things happen where we start to feel a little bit more hopeless. We start to feel a little bit more less energetic. We may not leave our house as much. We might go to bed a little bit earlier. We might start eating a little bit more. Of course, the holidays don't help with that because there's so much good food. But I want to talk a little bit about how you can use this time as a positive for yourself, instead of allowing that influence of kind of the darker, colder months coming in and kind of stealing your energy. And if you've never heard of SAD, it is seasonal affective disorder. And there's some symptoms that come along with it, where you sleep more, you might oversleep or have a hard time getting up. You might go to bed super early. Your energy is really low. You feel sluggish. You might feel a little depressed. You might feel hopeless or worthless. You might feel a little bit more energetically drained in some areas of your life. And so if you're feeling all of this or you're feeling it set in, or if it's something that happens to you every year, which a lot of people have this happen every year, I want to give you some tools on how to navigate through this, especially from a perspective of you connecting with your own spirit. I have worked with a ton of people where I've helped them to get in touch with their own spirit team, with loved ones on the other side. And so I do know that we have loved ones on the other side that are supporting us here on earth. And we also have spirit guides that help us. And when we are in touch with this spirit team that we have, we can call on help from them during times that we're struggling. And so some tools I teach those who I work with is meditation is a great tool to connect with your spirit team, but it also is an amazing tool to help regulate your energy and kind of let go of some of the symptoms that you might be having during this time of year. And I hear all the time from my clients, I can't meditate, I can't get my mind to shut down. And here's what I want to relieve you of. Meditation isn't simply quieting your mind and not thinking. Meditation is a process of getting to know yourself. And so it can be sitting in silence, it could be just journaling, it could be getting a hot drink, a coffee or a cocoa, and sitting on some pillows with a blanket and just being in silence and just spending time with yourself. And when you create a space in your day where you meditate, and you get to know your own energy, you can tell a difference when you're not feeling right and when you are feeling as your best self. And so, what I encourage people to do is just start the process. Just start with a couple minutes a day. If you can't get your mind to quiet down, if you can't stop all the racing thoughts of everything that you have to get done, at least try to focus on 2 minutes at the most where you can just sit and be in your own energy and quiet your mind for just a moment. And the more that happens, really honestly, the more addicted you get to the process of quieting your mind because you realize how amazing it really does feel. Another thing that I want to encourage you to do during this time, even though it might be cold, it might be a little bit darker, find times to get outside with sunlight. The more that we're outside in the sun, the more we can bring in the vitamins that we need. And this actually helps amplify our energy as well. And so when we do get into the evening time and we're a little bit more tired after the day, we'll have some of that energy from the earth that we can pull out into our energy to help us to feel better. And I am a huge nature lover. And so I do communicate with nature in some ways. I communicate with trees. And I always love to be around trees. So if you have a trail near your house, if there's a park, if there's trees in your yard, if you don't have any, maybe you have a plant in your house that you can sit by or sit with. And believe it or not, it will impact your energy in some way because they are just a natural they clear energy, they naturally help balance things out. Nature has a way of working with energy that humans don't. It's just a process that goes through, and so we can learn a lot from being in nature and with nature. Another thing I want to encourage you to do is just be mindful of what you consume. That is not necessarily what you're eating, but what you're listening to, what you're watching on the TV, maybe what you're saying, because our words and the things that we engage in every day really truly do impact our energy. So if you're watching sad movies or you're listening to music that is not uplifting, that can impact you. One of the things that we humans strangely enjoy doing is when we're feeling bad is finding things that make us feel worse. And we do this so subconsciously, we don't even know that we are doing these things, but we may almost like wallow in our sadness and we'll want to stay on the couch and watch movies and eat more food. And before we know it, time has passed and we haven't moved. And then you feel less like moving than when you did before. So one of the things I like to encourage people to do is start moving your body in some way and make sure you're not putting into your mind things that are causing you to feel more energetically drained. Maybe turn on some upbeat music instead of some music that maybe not be upbeat, and maybe dance around your house or move your body in some way if you can't go outside. That is a wonderful way to uplift and balance your energy. Another thing I would really love to encourage you to do is to celebrate yourself. This time of year is focused on being thankful. And a lot of times we look outward at things to be thankful for. And we're always trying to, I'm thankful for my family. I'm thankful for the things that I have. in my life, the material things, my friends, things like that. But take some time to reflect on yourself. And you may not have thought about being grateful for your own progress and your own ability to move forward and all of the things that you've grown in this last year, but you really probably have a lot more growth in your life than you probably have ever given yourself credit for. So take a brief moment, maybe doing this during your meditation, where you think about what you've been through in the last year. What obstacles did you overcome? Maybe see if you can find areas in your life that you feel good about and think about those. And those actually will align your energy to manifest even more good things into your life. Sometimes when we're focusing on the things that we don't like, that attracts more of those into our life energetically. And so when we focus on the good things, when we focus on things that are going well, we attract more of that. And so being able to work with your own energy, your spirit team, adding a meditation, all that will help align your energies to navigate through these harder months that you might have during the year. And then the last thing I wanted to share is pay attention to the people that you spend time with. Are they uplifting you? Are they talking about positive things? Are they excited about things that you're doing in your life? Do they encourage you and think that your goals are positive? Like, or do they get jealous or tell you it's not possible? Do they kind of bring you down, or do they complain a lot about their own lives? And maybe take a step back a little bit and kind of evaluate the relationships that you are around a lot. And I know that family is hard to navigate if it's them, but maybe learn to set a little bit more of an energetic boundary around you. Maybe imagine a bubble of light around you so it deflects some of that negative influence that you might be pulling in. And then when you come to the end of your day, what I personally like to do is I imagine releasing all the day's energy from my energetic field, from my aura, from my chakras. And this helps me to release anything that I have pulled in during the day that is not aligned with my true and highest self, because I want to manifest good things in my life. I want to feel good. And I know that prior to my connection with spirit and prior to my own healing, I had very low winter months. And so I do hope that this helps somebody if they're able to add these into their lives as they navigate through these next months and the holiday season. And just remember that the more that you ask your spirit team to help you, the more they will. So I want to encourage you, if you would like to do a personal reading, I have Black Friday specials going on this Friday, only $35. Get on angieharris.org or find me on Facebook, and you can set up a reading with me. And I look forward to seeing you all next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. And thank you to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV for having me. So, not going to speak too fast because there's a lot going on at this time of the year, so I need to slow down and don't want to lose track of time. Last week we touched on a topic about children and who are gifted or have a sixth sense. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank another show host who had a really big, her comment on our show last week really made a positive impact on me and gave me the confidence to decide we're going to run a series on a series dedicated to our children. And that series will be all about their spiritual gifts and how to manage it. And next week, I'll have more information on what the series will actually specifically go into, and we'll sort of improvise as we go because there's such an important topic. Now, the show host I'm talking about is Vanessa Larkin. So if you've got a chance, please watch her show and thank her for this great series. With your comment, you inspired me to take this a little bit further, and it does need to be investigated. So excuse my notes. I don't want to get lost track of time. Last week was so tight, and so we're going to do another take on last week's show and last week's content without being so tight. Now, outside of being live to air, I basically channeled this in not very long and, used everything together as well as my heart and my wisdom and my gifts to write this, but I just haven't grasped the skill of having such clarity in my head and wording it with precision live on air. So that's something we'll probably work on next year as part of the show. In the background is my skill set. But moving on. So the topic is children connected with a sixth sense gift set. So let Soulfully Guided support you and your child to reduce any challenges they may face with having an active and open sixth sense and flourish on the advantages. Learn how to child-friendly protect themselves and self-care. And it will be an informative series for parents dedicated. Well, it will be an informative series for anyone, but we'll really reach out to parents dedicated to children and anyone who doesn't know how to support their child or children in this way. Throughout the whole series, we welcome discussions from anyone in our Soulfully Guided business page, which is facebook.com/ whichever it is, Soulfully Guided Carmel Ann. And we also have a business, a Facebook group called Soulfully Guided, which we'll open the discussions for. Questions are also welcome throughout the whole series, as well as suggestions, tips, help, and useful advice to children and from parents wanting to share. If you're a show host or, if you're a show host or you've got experience having spiritual gifts as a child and you wanted to come on the show as a guest or collaborate as a host to host together, let me know. Anything is open. And if you feel like, if you have reservations or disagree, we respectfully welcome, honest and genuine different viewpoints that are genuine and honest and respectful. So let's get into the topic before I get carried away again. So children and their innate spiritual gifts and the well-being of children who have strong spiritual gifts but don't have the maturity, mindset or understanding of their abilities with their young, innocent minds. As a child, I didn't identify my gifts as a gift, but more of a curse. Or I just labeled myself as strange, and I feared telling anyone in case they thought I was strange too. Well, they already did, but so now I would like to have a brief chat. These are my notes from last week, so we're turning it into a series. But today I'd like to have a brief chat and show dedicated to children and spirituality and how important it is to find a balance between safe practicing and awareness of spirituality for our children if we notice our children are connected with spiritual gifts. Rather than tell you what to do or how to do this for your children, we will guide you throughout the series, but we also today want to promote the importance of the awareness and comfortability for us as adults so that we can pass this on to our children in a safe and comfortable way so they do not isolate themselves, feel weird and strange and different to anyone, and are scared to have friends or tell people what's going on, and also to know how to manage and to turn their gifts off. If they want to turn their gifts off in a developmentally child-friendly, easy way that is comforting rather than scary and strange. This will help children feel less confused, less overwhelmed by the things they can do with their additional sixth sense. If you have a child and you can see they are empathic or psychic in any way or have any of the clairs or gifts, I'd like you to think about how you can hold a space for your child in a way they can understand. And if you're not from a spiritual family, also how you can understand without burying yourself in a new way of thinking or, conforming or trying to, if you're not spiritually inclined, trying to understand in a way that's safe and comfortable for you and your family while respecting your child as well. Being an empath is difficult enough as an adult, even with the capacity to communicate our feelings more clearly with words and our ability to research topics. As adults, we have more knowledge of the world and our world. We have more advanced emotions and coping strategies, but in today's show, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge our children and be there for them so they too can be seen, heard, and educated. As a child, I hid my gifts. I didn't tell my parents, and a gift is the last thing I'd call it. As I mentioned, it was a curse to me rather than a blessing. And that mindset only changed in my 30s. For almost 30 years of my life, I hid a significant part of me and I thought I was weird and strange, and what would people think if they could see what was going on underneath? But it was really something that actually in the end saved me. It is important to respect our children's feelings, but it is our responsibility as adults to protect them and allow them to develop their own beliefs, feelings, and opinions. I'm not going to use this show to tell you what to do with your child or children. We will guide you as we go along. But if your children have strong gifts, each child, parent, guardian, family is different and unique. Instead of telling you everything to do in a step-by-step guide, I'd like to draw your attention to this as an informative session and as having a positive relationship with a child's gifts, whether we understand them or not. And rather than a debilitating one that affects them from socializing and living their childhood to the full potential and capacity, from branding themselves strange and scared and afraid to talk and tell people what's going on, and taking their capacity to connect, make friends and laugh. Not being able to be yourself if they are like me. This affected the development of my confidence, my personality, and my social life, and my learning. I knew something was different, but I couldn't explain it, and I didn't know how to voice it. I didn't have the words or the language or the understanding. I found it hard to make friends because of this. I thought it was weird all of my childhood. I don't want your children to have to feel that way, or any child. Had I known a little bit more about this in a child-friendly way, it would have changed my entire childhood experience. It would have made it more positive, more memorable, more connected with stronger, healthy foundations, happy foundations. This is not my fault or my parents' fault. We can't give blame. You can imagine if we don't understand a language someone is speaking, if we are overseas in a foreign country or they are visiting our country, it's impossible to communicate with that person if we don't know that language. I found this for me as a child. I did not have the mind, understanding, or language to explain to my parents what I was going through every moment of every day. I was scared. I thought it was weird, and if I said something, it would be a really bad thing. And I didn't know what the consequences would be. In the end, it was everything but. So my goal of raising this is to open the floor towards learning the language of our children so we can support them to understand themselves and what is happening in their perspective, so they can learn to safely live with their gifts and switch them off if they need to. We will go through this, and because this is also different for each child. So in educating you, you can apply what works for your child or simply learn. So then they can go beyond their magical world of heightened senses and clairs, and they have awareness. At the end of the day, you are the expert of your child. So please take a moment to think about how this topic fits in your family. And if you like, I invite you to join in on our series and watch our series on children that are connected with their sixth sense. So please stay tuned next week and watch us. Thank you for listening this week. Really appreciate it. And let our children be heard and seen in their spiritual gift set.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, whatever part of the world you come from or hail from. I hope you're all well. I hope you're feeling good. I hope life isn't too difficult at the moment. And if you are, I hope you're smashing it out the park every day. That's the point, isn't it? Every day is a new beginning, a new start, a new way to get up in the morning and start your life differently, if that's what you need to do. I always talk about energies. I always talk about the moons and everything else that are going on and everything else. We've got the full moon coming up in about a week's time on the 27th. You know, so there's all these different things going on and everything else, and we all have these issues that we have to deal with. Cost of living crisis, prices are going up, money's going down, everything's happening, and we all also have our personal issues and relationships to deal with at the same time. So how do you get through each day? Emotionally stressed, worrying, your mind overloaded, overthinking way too much, struggling to breathe, you're just tight, you feel nauseous all the time, whatever. Maybe even a bit of mental health issues or depression. How do we deal with those everyday things in our lives. We all talk about connecting to spirit. We all talk about receiving messages and things like this to make us feel good and to know that everything's going to be okay in the end. But what can we do for ourselves? You know, we ask spirit, we ask help from friends, family, everything else. But what can we do ourselves? Now, I'm just going to show you a simple exercise. It takes seconds. And I advise anybody to do it if you're worrying, if you're stressed, if you're dealing with a situation and it's becoming overwhelming and you're struggling to think straight, various things that can happen to you like that. Try this exercise and it will give you instant relief in that moment. And obviously, it won't solve your problem, but it will help you feel better. It will help you feel a little bit calmer and be able to deal with situations better without our emotions ruling our lives. And it really, all it is you stop what you're doing in that moment, whatever it is you're doing in that moment right now, if you want to do it along with me, but you just stop, you just close your eyes. And then I want you to take 3 long, deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. That's it. Just take 3 long, deep breaths. Hold it in if you wish and just let it go. Do a second one. Take that deep breath and let it go. And finally, take the third one. Hold it in and let it go. And you'll instantly feel the difference. You'll also instantly feel the difference and hear the difference in my voice. My voice is slower, it's become deeper, I've become calmer. Just by taking those 3 long, deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth, physically you will feel a sense of relief and you will have that instant calming effect that comes over you. Okay, so don't ever think that there's nothing you can do. Don't ever think that, you know, you're stressed, you're worried, and you've got to go days before you release it or whatever, or go and have a hot bath or whatever. Take those 3 long, deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth, and you will physically feel that instant reaction, that instant relaxation, and you will feel calmer, and you'll be able to deal with things in a different way is the best that I can explain it, a more calmer way, and you'll find that you'll resolve your situations a lot easier, a lot less stressful. And it's also a good way just to stop your brain. If your brain is overthinking and you're struggling to understand things and you're just overthinking and that is a good way just to stop your brain, just to get it to stop, get you to physically calm down, and you will feel better. So try that. If you're struggling, give it a go. Takes you seconds. What can you lose? You know, and it's also a good way to try that before you start meditation. It puts you in that right mindset. Okay, I do have a caller on the line at the moment. Her name's Klarna in Scranton, Pennsylvania, in America. Are you there?
Yes, here.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Sorry,
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I do apologise if I pronounce your name wrong. It's Kay Lorna. I do apologise. Excuse my ignorance. Typical British man.
It's okay. No worries.
No problem. Can I be honest with you, Kelowna, that as I'm sort of talking to you and all, would you understand why suddenly I'm feeling emotional? That there's a lot of emotion around you at the moment,
Yeah.
and you personally are feeling emotional to the point. I'll be honest with you. I'm feeling a little bit teary, like you know. A good cry could release a lot of emotion out of me. I feel a sadness around you, and I see quite a few tears, if I'm honest. And are you okay with me continuing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a lady. I'm going to be honest. I've got a lady that's joining me. I'm sorry for going quiet there. I was just trying to allow her to connect, but I've got a lady that's joining me, an older lady. But I do feel like a motherly energy around her. So she was either a grandmother that loved you dearly and was around you a lot when you were growing up, or it is actually your mum. But there's a lovely motherly sort of energy around you, and it's like she wants to hug you. And I know this. Sorry, I'm feeling lots of emotion at the moment. And with you, and my throat is constricting as well, and it's not for communication. This is about emotion, and I'm just being shown. They're not showing me what it's about or why, because I think that's private to you, but they're showing me that you need to release. You're a lady that holds all your emotion and all your stresses and worries and emotions in. Does that make sense, Kay?
Yes.
Okay. Would you understand that I'm seeing an image, or she's showing me an image of you sat at night in your bed, and I don't wish to use this word, but I do feel that there's a sense of loneliness around you. Would you understand that?
Yes.
And would you understand that you feel like you're having to deal with everything on your own?
Yes.
And there doesn't feel like anyone seems to be able to understand how you're feeling or what you're feeling at the moment. 2 seconds. I know this is a cliche, darling, but she's showing me that at night time she's actually with you at night. That time when I said she's actually with you, and tonight or tomorrow, whenever you feel inspired to do it, when you're sat there, she's showing me, if you just close your eyes, take those 3 deep breaths that I was talking about before you came online. Take 3 deep breaths and just think, she said, and you will physically feel her hugging you and trying to make you feel better and give you some strength to know that you will get through this, whatever it is, because she's not showing me and it's private to you. What else are you showing me, sweetheart? What else are you showing me? What else are you showing? Would you understand why she's showing me a red bow? You know, like a bow you put on a present or something, or on a front door or something, but I'm seeing a red bow. Can you understand why she's showing me a red bow?
Red bow.
Yeah. You know, like something you put a bow on a front door at Christmas time, or you put a red bow on someone's present or whatever, but it's like a knotted red bow in red velvet or silk or whatever it is. But would you understand why she's showing me that?
Yeah.
You can understand that. Okay. That's good. Right. I don't know if it's you or it's someone directly linked to you, but why is she showing me that someone, I understand about where it is in America, but would you understand why she's saying someone needs to go and see the doctor or needs to see a healthcare professional of some kind?
Yeah.
You can understand that. And she's saying she can understand why it keeps being put off, but someone needs to go. It's almost like you will find the answers that you're looking for. And she's saying, whoever it is, whether it's you or somebody else, she's saying she will be with them. Okay. Okay, this is unusual. I don't know what the reference is, so I'm going to just tell you what I get, and we'll try and work our way through it. But I'm just seeing Dorothy out of Wizard of Oz. You know, when she clicks her heels together in the red shoes, and I'm seeing that. So I don't know if that specifically red shoes and clicking together or something means to you, or I'm also getting Kansas. What, you know, is there a Kansas link with this as well? If it's not a can,
my grandmother.
okay.
I don't know. Like maybe she liked the Wizard of Oz.
Possibly, but I'm seeing. No, she keeps showing me where they click the heels together, the red heels. So right. Okay. What do you mean by right magic? She's saying magic. She's saying she's going to try and make something magical happen in your life, coming up, because she's saying you deserve some happiness. You deserve to smile and feel happy again. And I know, again, that sounds like a cliche, but that's what she's saying. And they're the exact words that I'm getting in my mind. She's saying you deserve to feel happy again.
Okay.
I do feel she's I do feel she's pulling away a little bit, darling. If I'm honest, she just wants you to know. I know you're ringing in, but are you a spiritual lady yourself?
Yeah.
So you feel spirit, yes, or see or hear or whatever, but you know when spirit are around, yes?
Yeah.
So she's saying to you, or saying to me to tell you that those moments where you feel a warm energy flush over you, and it just calms you for that second. Those moments that you physically felt, she's trying to say, that's me. And she says, you can talk to me, and I'll do everything I possibly can. Would you understand why she's showing me someone's just cooked some fresh cornbread or something like that?
Yeah.
You can understand why she's showing me that. Okay, good. Please accept. I'll send some. I'll do some healing meditation later on, and I'll send you some healing energy and general energy towards you as much as I can, sweet. I can feel the emotion around you. I can feel the energy of the tough time that you're going through at the moment, and not just physically but mentally and emotionally. And I feel like my heart's broken in so many pieces, and for various different reasons. I wouldn't necessarily say romantic, but there's I'll send you as much as I physically possibly can. But please know that there's this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful lady and energy that's around you all the time. And she's saying, talk to her, and she will answer you. You will know. You will get an answer. You will feel things, and you will know things. And tap into that energy. Tap into that ability that you have where you can connect. Does that make sense, Kelowna? Please accept my love, darling, and I hope you well. Stay in touch. Send me a message. My email address is info@theuniversalmechanic.com. Send me a message. Let me know that you're doing okay. All right.
Okay. Thank
You take care, Kay. See, that last caller just shows everyone's dealing with their own battles. Whether it's financial, whether it's emotional, whether it's relationships, whether it's friendships, whether it is depression or mental health. Everyone has their own battles to deal with at the moment. And if we can have some understanding that people that we interact with in our daily lives, if they're not acting themselves or acting a bit differently, or they seem a bit down, we're all facing our own battles. And if we can have that understanding, we can give that person that little bit of love, that little bit of emotional support, and help them get through each day. Understanding is a wonderful word. And if we can have that understanding amongst us all, that we're all connected, that we all have life experiences, and that all our paths are vastly different and nothing's unique, and everything, all comes, we have our lessons, we have our life's paths, our paths are unique, sorry, should I say. I'll correct that, but our paths are unique. So I don't know everybody's life, and everybody doesn't know everybody else's life, and everything. So we fall into this human trap of assuming that we know what's right for that person, assuming we know, what they're dealing with and all that. When actual fact, we don't. So just try and give a bit of understanding, a little bit of love, and help people on their way, because we all have to walk our own individual paths. So I have another person on the call, another lady, I believe. Her name's Carla from Red Deer in Alberta. Are you there, Carla?
I am. Thank you very much.
How are you doing today?
I'm absolutely wonderful. How are you?
Good. I'm always dancing along, even when I'm sad or down. I still try to dance along and remove all any energies or whatever. But I'm actually good at the moment. Um, I'm just trying to link into you, and instantly I've got a gentleman that's joining, connecting to me. If I'm on it, an older gentleman, and instantly he made me feel a little bit nauseous, as though towards the end of his life he was actually quite physically sick, or he was nauseous, or he had a condition or something that caused him to pass that made him feel sick. But I'm feeling that. If you'd like to take that away, please, sir, that'd be great. He's great. He's taking it away. Brilliant. And he showed me he was actually quite a tall gentleman. I wouldn't say he was skinny, but I wouldn't say he was overweight. I would say he was a well-built man, but quite tall, and he had a presence about him because he's standing right here on my right-hand side, just as a backwater of me. And oh, what a lovely energy he has. And he's almost like he could deal with any situation. If anything went on, he was the one that dealt with it, or people went to him, and he could coolly, calmly deal with things without drama and without huge emotion. And he was a man that knew what he was doing in life. Does that make all sense to you, Carla?
Yeah, sure does. Absolutely.
Brilliant. That's good. He's showing me his hair as well, and he's calling himself a silver fox. So I got the impression that he was quite a good-looking chap as well. When as he got older, or whatever, he got quite distinguished looked. He's got a bit of humour to him as well. Does all that make sense?
Oh, he was a ladies' man. Yeah.
Brilliant. You said it, not me.
Yeah.
But oh, what a lovely. But can you understand though when I say this? What a lovely energy to be around.
Yep.
Lovely man, right. Right, why are you here, sir? What's the message for the lady? Right, I gotta try and word this correctly, see if we get this, if I got this right. Would you understand? As soon as I asked him, like, what's the message? What are you here for Carlo and everything else? I instantly got the feeling that he was saying, like, your path isn't going as straight as you would like. Either you or someone around you has slightly gone off the path a little bit. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Like, it's almost like someone's trying to do things and they're not going according to plan.
That could be me, and it could also be like an outside influence on my life. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Right. You just hit the nail on the head and said, because what I was going to say is either something like what I can see is it's like a line, like you're walking along this line, you're walking along your life, you're doing what you're doing, and then something's just taking you, instead of walking, carrying on going, something's taking you slightly off, and it's like you need to get back on the path. And you just said it's almost like someone you've taken. I don't know if it's the wrong advice or bad advice, or you're not being told the entire truth. It's almost like someone's trying to manipulate to get you to do something that they want you to do, but it's not good for you as regards your path of life. Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah.
It's almost like it takes you off the path. Now, I don't know if this involved in it or not, but why did I just had a sudden sense of there's finances involved? Does that make sense?
It totally does. Yeah.
Right.
Totally
Okay.
does, yeah.
Just a yes or no would be great. This is where I feel is the motivation, and not from you, but from the other party. So it's almost like he's around you. Right. Okay. I got you, sir. He's saying you need to protect yourself, i.e., not just physically in you and all that, but protect your money. It's almost like you need to put the battens up. You need to put the barriers up, and it's almost like, I'm not saying it, I do feel it and see it, but it's almost like you need to say, right, pause, stop, and say, there's something not right here, and stop it, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Right, 2 seconds. What's coming up next week or in a week's time? There's something, a meeting or something's coming up next week that's going to be important. And I'm being told whatever it is that's happening, whether it's a meeting or something that's quite poignant next week, it's almost like you need to stand your ground.
Okay.
Okay. So I don't know I don't know if it's his thing, so take it or leave it. But I feel Wednesday, Thursday next week's going to be important. But I feel it's going to be a good important if you stand your ground.
Okay. That's good news.
Okay. Have you got like a dark blue coloured like 4x4 SUV or pickup truck or something like that? Why am I seeing like a Jeep Cherokee type 4x4 thing car, all-wheel drive thing?
I have two different vehicles.
You can take a
And
vehicle
I
that's
think
similar
the
to what I'm
one,
describing. Would you understand?
I think you would be referring to my one work vehicle.
Okay. Would you understand that there's something not right with that vehicle?
Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the one I'm looking at right now, I hope not.
Okay. All right. You're looking at one right now. What? Looking to get a new one?
No, like I mean, I'm looking out the window at one, and it does need some work on it.
Okay.
And I've been hearing that it needs more.
Sorry.
Oh, I've just been hearing that it needs more than what I'm assuming needs to be done.
Okay. Well, they're just showing me that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. I'm not saying, going to have an accident. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that there's something not right with the car or something. I'm just seeing, I think it's more just showing you that they're letting me know that they're around you, because you said it yourself. You're just sitting there and you're looking at the car and there's things that you need to sort out with it and all that. They're just showing me that, if you know what I mean. So I get that. He's letting me, right, okay. Again, are you a spiritual lady? Do you feel when spirit are around you?
Absolutely.
Right. Then he's saying again, you know when he's around you.
Yeah. Yep.
Or you get the feeling, but you're not sure if it's him or not. But again, he's showing me he's around you at the moment. He's trying to give you, how can I put it, with the things that you got to deal with and all the rest of it. It's almost like he's trying to give you the energy and his strength and his skills and abilities that he had when he was alive. He's trying to give you that energy so you can deal with things that are going on around you at the moment. Why has he just shown me a dog as well? A dog. He's just brought a dog in. But I'm seeing a dog in the snow. And it's a medium to large dog. I'm not sure if it's a husky or I'm not sure it's that, but I'm seeing multicolored dog as well, whites and browns. Can you take this?
Well, I have a few. Yeah, I have had a few dogs.
Okay, you've shown me dogs, lots of dogs as well. Again, he's showing you that he's around you, seeing what you do every day, everything else. Why is he laughing over something about food? Someone ate some food that they shouldn't have done or something.
I'm not sure on that one, but I do have someone I can ask.
Right, I don't know if laughing is the right word, but he's chuckling.
It could be relation to the dog. There was an incident where
he's laughing about something to do with food. Yeah, he's laughing about.
Yeah, hopefully the barbecue food went missing, and everybody else in the house thought everybody else ate it.
Okay, that's
He was wrong.
That's what his mate was chuckling about it. So he's all good. Why is he now just showing me a fully dressed Christmas tree? And I mean, it's decorated really nicely.
I have no idea.
All right, why is he drawing me attention around Christmas then? He wants Christmas to be known for some reason, not just because it's Christmas. Around the Christmas period, there's a significance that he wants to acknowledge. It's either birthday, anniversary, or something.
No, it's because he used to dress up as Santa.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, he just wants to point out at Christmas is significant in particular. I'm going to be honest, I really like his energy. I could sit in his energy all night. He's got a really, really nice energy.
Yeah, he was my first son.
He wants you. He just wants you to. He just said he just wants you to know you're okay. You're doing okay as a person and who you are and life and all that. Yeah, we all have issues to deal with and everything. He said, but you as a person, you're actually doing okay. Stop questioning who you are. Does that make sense?
Yep.
He's saying you have the right principles, you have the right morals, things like that. Stop questioning who you are. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that.
I'm just seeing a big bunch of red roses or a red flower of some kind that he wants to give you. And please take his love, Carla. Lovely energy this man was. And I hope you're doing well. And again, as I said to the caller before, stay in touch. Send me an email, info@theuniversalmechanic.com. Let me know how you're getting on, that everything's all great. But yeah, check me out on theuniversalmechanic.com as well. And I thank you, Carla, and hope that you listen every week. But thank you, everyone, guys, this week. Remember that exercise I told you at the beginning of the show, those 3 deep breaths? It really is a genuine, real way of doing something that you can do for yourself to calm you, to relax you, and to help you de-stress and deal with the errors and, you know, the issues of the day. So I love you all. Hope to see you all next week again. And remember, be kind. Understand that everyone's facing a battle. Understand that everyone's fighting their own wars. So I love you all, and I'll see you next week. Good night and God bless.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee John. Renee John, live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm glad you're here with me tonight. It is now 9:30 Central Time in Tennessee in the United States, and I am so excited to be back once again on the show with you all. It is Reset Wednesday, and as you all know, if you don't know, some of you know, it is Reset Wednesday, and that is my belief that no matter where you're at in your week, you can reset. And since people call that hump day and we're trying to get over the hump, trying to make things better, I like to think that that's a perfect time to reset. It's really amazing, you know, how much we carry with us, all the stress of our everyday, day in and day out of our lives, and the things that just come up, you know, throughout the week. And, you know, sometimes they kind of blindside us. Sometimes we're moving through the week, everything's going great, and Wednesday morning you wake up and you got a flat tire, kids are sick, something's, you know, checks bounce, something's crazy's happened in your world, and you just kind of feel like, man, you know, this is like halfway through my week. How are we going to continue on? And I'm here to tell you that you can use your breath, you can use your subconscious mind to reset any challenges that you have, whether it's Wednesday or any other time. And what I like to help people remember is by using your breath, you can change your state of mind, your state of being. Your subconscious mind, as I often say, does not know the difference in fact or fiction. So if you feel like you're having the worst day ever, you can just tell your subconscious mind or just tell yourself, you know, this isn't such a bad day. Actually, it's a great day. Look, the sun's out, you know, the dogs are happy, you know, everything went good so far this morning. And, you know, that one phone call or that one little thing that happened is just a glitch, you know, it's just one little thing. And sometimes those little glitches help kind of line us up to help us get to that place where, you know, maybe we kind of veered off a little bit off track, and sometimes it may seem like the worst thing. And then when you step back later, maybe the next day or so, you look back and you go, wow, you know, that just helped slow me down a minute so that I can focus and get back where I need to be. So saying that, I would like to demonstrate just for a moment how to bring yourself back to center. And it's very, very simple, and it's very important. And I recommend that you do this all the time, anytime you want to. If you have a test that you're going to take, or you have a meeting at work, or a tough client, or whatever it is in your world, that you can use these techniques for that as well. You know, you're getting ready to walk into that meeting and somebody comes out and says, yeah, so-and-so is not in a good mood. You can go, okay, and just take a minute, anchor, put those fingers together, go back to all that good stuff that's in those anchors, and then breathe into your nose as far as you can and exhale through your mouth. Yeah, like that. Just as slow and controlled as you can. Again, in through your nose. And count when you do that. If you can get to 4, that's great. Exhale. You can take the time and do these breaths. Say 10 times is great, 5 times works fine, even once or twice. What it doesn't only just reset your thought patterns, it actually calms your heart rate, it lowers your blood pressure, it helps calm down your digestive system. It is absolutely phenomenal how simple and how effective this process works. There's many, many people out there that know this already. And then for those of y'all that don't, welcome to it, because it is really incredible when you learn these little tricks and tips on how to realign yourself so that you're not just stumbling through the world, you know, or allowing people to push your buttons and control you. And that leads me into something that's very, very important. And it's been on my mind a lot because it seems like everybody I've talked to this week has been about the word is anxiety. I don't like that word. I know it's a label. I like the word better, like we're out of balance, we're not feeling it, we're stressed. Anxiety's got a really strong, powerful punch just to the word. And then it leads to diagnosis, it leads to medication, sometimes it leads to stigma. Some people don't like people to know they have anxiety. Guys, we all have it. It's part of the human condition, and sometimes it's, more extreme than others. There's different levels, and there's nothing to be ashamed of ever. Again, with the techniques that I'm teaching you every week, these are all great, wonderful ways to check back in with yourself. And if you're in a moment of stress and high stress, anxiety, panic mode, or, God forbid, you're, hiding out from the world because you just can't cope, you can use these little tips and techniques. And I have so many more I'd love to teach you. You can, contact me and set up an appointment, get in one of my programs. I have a great program, 4 weeks to the ideal you. And it's very in-depth, very deep, techniques and meditations and focusing and nutritional concepts. It's everything, mind, body, spirit. And I would love to share that with you. Just get in touch with me, and I'll get you an intake form, and we can go through it and see where you come in, where you kind of score, and then from there we can decide which way to go. A lot of people have more tricks and tips and a lot more education in these things. So, they're not quite where some people are. They're just getting started. It's like being on a grand trip, and some just got started and some are almost at the precipice of their whole journey. So it's customized for you. It's definitely just customized for you. There's nothing, typical about the course. However, using these techniques, one of the best things I know for anxiety is when I'm starting to feel that sense of, uh-oh, everything's going wrong. I don't know what to do. I got to breathe, whatever. The first thing I do is go to my breath always. And just like I just showed you, and then I put my hand on my heart. I feel my heart, physically feel my heart. And then I feel my heart mentally. I check in, I tune in with my body, and I ask, my body, what are you feeling right now? And sometimes it's like, boy, I got a lot of tightness in my chest. Sometimes, oh, my belly doesn't feel so good. I feel like I might, be nauseous, or God forbid, I'll be sick or something, worse. And then sometimes it's like, yeah, I got that kind of sharp pain in my head, or my neck gets tight. So wherever that is, that awareness is, I shift my consciousness to that part of my being, and I breathe into that area. And then I ask, which is so important, is this mine? Because I'm an empath and a lot of us are. So is this mine? Am I feeling what my husband's feeling? Am I feeling what my neighbors are feeling, my children, the world, at large? What is this? Because I'm pretty tuned in usually. So it's like, if it's mine, the first thing I ask is, what can I do about this? Is there something I can do? And instantly my head goes, after all these years of training, yes, use your breath, use your breath. I use my breath, and then tune into your surroundings. So the first thing I do is I look around the room, and right now, you see this picture behind me, but I have another really pretty picture in front of me over here. And like, since it's in front of me, I would focus on it. It's a beautiful syrup jar with vases, and a beautiful wood bowl with oranges in it, and these gorgeous flowers in this vase. So I would focus, I would find a focal point. If you're driving, pull over on the side of the road, find a focal point. It could be your dash, it could be your speedometer, it could be your beautiful ring, it could be anything. It could be a bird in the sky, whatever it is. But find something and put all of your attention on it, every bit of it. So that whatever's going on the, the peripheral, whatever's going on deep inside of you, all those symptoms and reactions, all it is your body telling you that you're out of balance. And fear, of course, puts us even deeper out of balance. Anxiety is fear. So by putting your focus and your awareness on a focal point, a focus object, like I'm talking about this picture. So this picture is orange and brown and yellow, and it's got shades of orange in it. It's not just one color orange. It's got The browns in it are about 3 different shades. It looked like a blue background. So I would focus on the individual um, pieces, parts of whatever I'm looking at. So like this one's, I could count the petals in the flower. There's probably about 50 in one. And then I could count, I'm just, guesstimating here, 30 in the other. And then I noticed the hues of the orange and the yellow and the different colors of the leaves. And at this point, what you're doing is you're taking your conscious mind onto something more relaxing so that your subconscious mind can do the work. And the subconscious mind doesn't, it doesn't know the difference in fact or fiction. So if you're telling it, oh my God, Godzilla's at my front door and he's coming through the door and I'm going to die, your subconscious mind is going to go into, dear God, protect this person, let me protect this person. And what am I going to do? And your heart's going to start pounding, your blood pressure's going to go up. You're going to get the desire to run like crazy or freeze. I don't usually freeze, but it can happen. And when you freeze, of course, when you're frozen, you're in terror. So that's not a good place to be. Running scared to death, especially if something that you don't even know is real, is not a good feeling. So if you're focusing on this object and you're taking in the structure of the object and you're totally distracted on that, your subconscious mind has a chance to slow down, slow everything down in your body. You're doing your breath work, your heart rate's coming down. You're asking yourself, is this mine? If it's mine, what can I do about it? Maybe I need to go for a walk before I go into the office this morning. Maybe I should park my car a block away and just walk. Maybe I should take the stairs instead of the elevator. There's such simple things we can do to change our state of being. It is the amount of things that you can do are only limited by your imagination. Totally, truly. You can, you can play with your fingertips. You can wiggle your toes in your shoes. You can, get fascinated by your elbow. I mean, I know I'm being ridiculous, but you really can. If you have animals, you can watch your animals play. You can stand outside and watch the wind in the trees. If you're near water, that's the best thing for me. If you're near any body of water, if you're standing in your kitchen, turn on the faucet, watch the water run and just see it and listen to it and get in that moment of that water. This is being mindful. This is being in the present, because the point of power is in the present. It's only now. The past is gone. The future is what it is, but we have right now. And after hearing about teenagers this past week that are desperate for help, hearing about seniors who are struggling, excuse me, are struggling, trying to find balance in this new world because they don't understand the new world. Talking to a dad the other day that he's a single dad and he doesn't know what to do with his 4 children, and he's really struggling. And all these people, that's the word they use, is anxiety. Several of them are now being seen and they're, going on medications, and more power to them. If that's what they need, that's what they need. Hopefully it's just for a short time and they learn other things to do to manage their lives and then to thrive in it. Because if you don't have joy and happiness, you got to find it. You got to look for it. Sometimes it's just not given to us. Sometimes we really have to look for it and create it in our world. And there's so many ways to do it again, with the water, with the beauty around us. It's fall here. It's almost winter time here in, excuse me, in Tennessee. And it's not quite as nice for me as the spring and the summer, but those beautiful autumn leaves are gorgeous. The wind just blowing them on the ground, and just watching them yesterday, it was like, okay, I got this. I can do this. And what was I panicked about? I almost fell down the stairs and my heart was just pounding like, oh my God, what if I'd have fell and then this would have happened and that would happen. And then instantly I do what I call flip the script. And it was like, okay, so I didn't fall. What if I had a fall? What if I'd have started to fall and I caught myself and I would have been fine and I wouldn't have got injured? And, it's just the simple thing sometimes of changing what we're telling ourselves, because a lot of times what we're worried about is just not real. It is just not real. And that goes back to my vision, I think it was last week. And then this Monday morning, the message that I got from Spirit when I was sitting in meditation was beautiful. I was shown all these doves. It was like these 3 white doves, and 3 is a big number for me. These 3 white doves came up, and the sense of peace was incredible. And then I was shown literal hippie peace signs, and they were, all different psychedelic colors, big ones, little ones, but these doves. And what I heard was there will be I'm going to try to read it to you, a peace agreement, an unprecedented peace agreement that people will be shocked by. This morning, when I was washing dishes, actually, and I turned on YouTube, the first thing I heard was they're talking about, and I can't even remember what country it was. I think it was Russia and the Ukraine, but whatever it was. But they were talking about that now the peace will become that they're talking peace. They're talking ways to de-escalate this war, to stop this, to stop the killing, to stop the violence. And I thought, well, of course, my visions usually are really on track. And I was just so grateful that things can return more to a sense of balance. For whatever you believe about whatever's going on out there, that's all fine and great, but nobody wants people to die. I really believe most people don't want war. Most of us want peace. We don't want the children to suffer. We don't want people to be killed and murdered, especially these young men that are serving in the military that don't even want to be there. And in some countries, they don't have a choice. We do right now, and thank God for that. There was a time that we didn't, and I pray that never happens again. But those children, these young people that didn't want to go, a lot of them didn't get to come home. And I believe that most humans do not want strife and battles and war and competition, these things. And what I'm seeing on a regular from my guides and in my dreams is that we don't get wrapped up in it. It is happening. It's not that it's not true. It's just the facts that we're getting aren't true. And it really is a grand illusion if people believe this is it. But you know what you think about, you bring about. So if we're all focused on what we don't want, we're creating what we don't want. So again, flip the script. You start listening to the news, you hear people talking about it, flip the script. Could you imagine what would happen if they decided to sign international peace treaties across the world and we could all work together? I mean, doesn't that feel great? And some people would say, oh, that's such a Pollyanna viewpoint. Well, then I'll be Pollyanna, because I'd much rather focus on that than the other side of it, because the other side of that brings me anxiety. It makes my heart beat funny. It makes my head hurt. It makes me start thinking things about the future that aren't joyful, aren't happy. I can prepare for the worst and expect the best. That's my motto in everything, whether it's growing food, putting food aside, canning food, educating myself on health and human nutrition and animal nutrition and herbology and ways to bring down, to bring the spirit into balance with the body and the mind, to calm the mind. Mental illness is at an all-time high, and everything we're talking about, that I'm sharing with you and that everyone's out there screaming about, it doesn't have to be that way. But we don't have to have this the way it is. So we have to choose to work on ourselves first and then to spread that out into the world. So saying that, I would like to just go into a little meditation here in a moment, and it's going to be pretty short because the show is short. But I just want you to think about, before we start the meditation, colors: orange, red, yellows, greens, blues, purples, golds, silvers, whites, blacks, and all the colors in between, all the hues, every color you can imagine. And I'd like you to not just think of them, but I'd like you to picture them. So if you could picture the color yellow, the true color yellow. Yellow is the color of the solar plexus chakra, and that's right between the breastbones. And the solar plexus chakra is a place where when we're in balance, we have beautiful confidence. We have, we choose the best choices. It's easy to make choices, great choices. We find ourselves in alignment with, things of spirit. We feel like we have self-worth, and our self-worth grows when our solar plexus is in balance. what I know from all of my studies with Reiki and quantum touch and hypnosis and everything else, and the food charts and the food healing, eating electric. I tell you, if you want to be electric, eat electric. You want to have low energy, eat low energy food, eat dead food, eat processed food, eat chemicals, eat crap. And I guarantee you, it won't be very long. You'll be feeling it. But if you eat electric and you eat the rainbow, because there's so many fruits and vegetables out there with color, amazing color. And when you eat that way, you bring that energy into the body, into the spirit. So, being that the solar plexus is represented by the color yellow, when you think about your solar plexus in this short little meditation we're going to do, this visualization in a moment, I want you to notice what color yellow your solar plexus is. If it's murky brown, if it's dark, I want you to brighten it. If that means to bring a light into it, however you want to do it, you know what the color yellow looks like. It could be lemon yellow. It is lemon yellow, sunshine yellow, however you need to do it to brighten that up. And that's just the solar plexus chakra that we're speaking on right now. That also, comes from above and below the color. So it all just increases as we move through this little visualization. It will help you so much with your confidence, your self-worth, your self-love, so that you love yourself. Because if you can't love yourself and you don't love yourself, it's really hard to love anybody else truly. And when you walk out in the world and you're not confident, it seems like we attract things that are fearful, and it brings fear. Because again, if your solar plexus is out of balance, you're going to notice that you have more fear, concerns, worries, and anxiety, right? More stress, everything's stressful. So, as we're doing this exercise, I just want you to bring in this beautiful color. Like I said, it could be the sunshine, it could be a lemon, it could be a yellow ray of light, whatever it is for you is perfect. There's no perfect way. I'm just your guide. And all hypnosis is self-hypnosis. So you're in charge, and you can take it as far as you want. You can, when I'm done with this show, you can continue on. And I pray that you practice these exercises daily and get in touch with me and let me know, how it's going. And if you have comments or suggestions, you've been doing this for a while, share your viewpoints with me. I love that. I really do. So saying all of that, just allow yourself to become very conscious of where you're sitting. Feel your chair on your bottom on the chair. Notice in front of you somewhere, whether it's on my screen or your wall or whatever it is, a focal point. Find something to focus on. And when you focus on this item, whatever it is, look for the deepest parts of it. Like I said, if it's a flower, look at the petal, look at the line in the petal, look at the shadow on the line, look at the hues, the colors. That's it. This is a creative visualization. You can choose to do this eyes open, or it's much more relaxing. You can close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, just imagine, or if they're open, imagine your focal point. Bring that deep inside of you. And imagine now, however you can, your solar plexus there, right under your breastbone, right in the center of your chest, below your heart, but in the middle. That's it. And as you focus on this area, I would just like you to notice what color comes to you. The color for this area is typically yellow. Sometimes it appears as other colors. That's fine. But notice what shade it is. Is it dark? Is it dull? Is it bright? Is it light? I'd like you to use the magic of your mind and just imagine that beautiful, beautiful solar plexus brightening. You can imagine it with like a flashlight inside or a candle, or you could imagine the rays of the sun coming through into that. That's it. That's it. And as you focus on it, bring that yellow brighter and brighter still. Bring it to the beautiful pale yellow with a brightness to it. And then just notice you can choose to have like a brightness knob, and you can turn that brightness knob up. Or you could take a picture and superimpose it there. Whatever you choose. You can imagine a picture you've seen of the perfect yellow, orange, yellow lemons, or the yellow sunshine, whatever it is for you. But bring it there now. And as you bring this into your solar plexus, ask yourself, is this comfortable for me? Is this a practice that I can stick with? That's it. Is what I'm feeling or have been feeling, is it mine? Is it someone else's? What does it feel like when I'm having that sensation? Knowing that you're in a safe place to explore this now. And I want you to imagine when you're having that sense of anxiety, stress, confusion, fear, whatever it is, just for a moment. I'm going to count to 3. Feel it on the number 3. 1, feeling it. 2, a little stronger. 3, you're there. You see yourself. You know what that looks like. That's it. Now, snap out of it. Go back. That's it. Now, just allow yourself to step back out of that and look at it as if you're across the room or it's on a television screen, and see yourself in that moment. That's it. Separate from it. It's over there. You're here. You're apart from it. That's it. Now notice, check in with yourself and feel what that feels like now. Don't give that away. There is no fear, only awareness. No fear, only awareness. No fear, only awareness. Fear is false emotions appearing real. It is not real. It is false emotions appearing real. Allow yourself to begin to come back into the room, knowing you're in total awareness and total love, ready to go on with your night. Sleep wonderful tonight. And in the morning, you'll get up and get your lemon water, drink that beautiful lemon water throughout the day, and watch your body sculpt and change. Remember to get your essential oils and be smelling them to bring you down and calm you down. Lavender, rose, frankincense. That's it. Thank you, everyone. I pray you have a blessed night and a blessed week. And check in next week, and let's see if this prayer calls come, this peace treaty is coming. It would be absolutely phenomenal for it to happen in the next 24 hours. I love you all. Don't forget to keep looking up. Never forget you're not alone. You got this. You're super powerful. And keep practicing. And holler at me. Let's get you signed up for that 4 weeks. 4 weeks of the Ideal You custom plan just for you. I love you all. Y'all have a great night.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light, meaning howdy, strangers. It's been a long, long time, but here I am live tonight near the end of November in 2023, which I'm saying just for the record, because I must have missed about, 326 shows, right? You've been listening to repeat shows, which is nice. I mean, it's good to let the technology do the work for a little while, but I got to tell you, I've been so ill, and most of that time it took my voice away. It was a nasty, nasty, nasty flu that, gosh, it's been so long. I mean, I was going to describe what happened to me, but I think the best way I can describe what happened and how I felt when it happened is this. Yeah, because it came out of nowhere and it just wiped me out. And that was probably sometime around September. But the worst part was when I was feeling better, I couldn't speak. And of course, doing a show like this without being able to speak kind of misses the point. So even if I'd started doing video, which I keep threatening to do, and I honestly will, that I don't think I could have pulled it off without being able to speak. I'm shuffling up the cards here. A lot has happened while I was gone. I mean, a lot. For instance, I got into a war with Amazon. They did this to me once before. They discovered one of my products, which was the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, which sells quite regularly. I mean, it's a high-ticket item, but it's 10 books. And it's a wonderful set. It's a really good compilation of occult lore and wisdom. And every now and then, there's a problem with it. Like one time, somebody decided to sell my books for like $12, which is impossible. Because even if they bought them from me and resold them, they would be losing money on it. But no, there was just somebody who just felt like doing that, and that took a long time to fight at the beginning of the year. And then now what we've got is that they wanted to make sure that I was really selling what I said I was selling. And I said, of course I am. Why wouldn't I? I mean, what's the matter with you people? It's look at the sales. It's one of the best selling things out there is the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets. And I am the only one who has a restored set to sell. Now, I'm not doing this right now as a sales pitch. It's just to show you that the last time we spoke, it was available through Amazon. And then all through this time until right now, it wasn't. And it just came back on a few days ago, about a week or so maybe ago, because I don't mess around with them anymore. I learned the secret. And the secret is to send messages directly to the CEO. That's what I did. And they were, when you get to that level, they do help you. I mean, other than that, you get the same messages from people somewhere saying, we thank you for your patience while we look into this, and then nothing happens. But they were very good about restoring this, but they were slow. And they never did even apologize for what happened. But it's back for sale. That's the long way of saying that in the middle of all this, the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets, it's always been for sale. It's still available directly through me. It's also available through the printing plant for less money, I might add. I mean, if I were doing it, if I were a customer, I wouldn't buy it that way. And not that I'm knocking Amazon, but you can get it for less by going right to the printing plant, and I charge less for it, and there's a 15% discount, which you can get using a code word that I have there. Sometimes that code doesn't work. If you're ever going to buy a book from me at mojoacademy.org and you use the discount code and the discount doesn't work, just stop what you're doing with the sale and with the purchase and contact me, and I'll work something out, because they change those from time to time. They had one particular thing that I think will work. It used to work for every order, but now it works for your first order. Just welcome 15. That'll give you 15% off. And, we're coming up to bigger discounts too, but I'll let you all know about that. But I'm glad to be back, because I was going nuts. I couldn't do private readings either because I couldn't talk. And I do those over the phone, and that's even harder to do when you can't talk. But, I had to unfortunately reject a lot of pleas for help and assistance and readings because I couldn't speak. So anyway, in the meantime, though, there have been a few new products, some new things that I was able to get work done on and channel that energy. I'm nervous, by the way. I haven't done this in so long that I'm actually nervous. So if I sound nervous, that's me. It's not you. It's not your imagination. We've got, let's see, I've got a wonderful 1918 book on jujitsu. Yeah, believe it or not, that's there. I put up I think this was there before I got sick. Ironically enough, it's a book about psychic healing. So you can check that out too at mojoacademy.org and see. Boy, if I ever needed a book about psychic healing, that was this last couple of months was the time. But I think, knock on wood, as they say, I will probably be able to coast through to the end of the year. I wanted to come back today because I can speak. And I wanted to come back because I missed you all. I stayed in touch through Facebook, but that's not really the same. I put up a few things like I have an offer, for instance. I've got a book about shaving, which, that sounds kind of silly, but it's there. And I like the book a lot. And it's about how to shave with a straight razor and not have all the garbage that you've got to go through with an old-fashioned straight razor. There is a new way that you can do it, and you don't need to use a strop. You don't need to use a whetstone. You don't need to do all the hassles. I mean, why would you want to bother shaving if you have to give so much more care to the razor than you do to yourself? That's my attitude. But so I have a system of shaving that is a good old-fashioned way to get a good shave that way. And I mention this because now until the end of the year, let's say, maybe even more, who knows, you order that book through the aforementioned Amazon, and I will include a free shaving soap, which is a $78 value. Well, actually, it's not. I'm saying that because I'm giving it to you free. But the shaving soap's about $6. But there's an old joke about a guy who goes into a restaurant and he wants a piece of strawberry pie, and the guy says, "How much is your strawberry pie?" And he says, "It's $5." He says, $5? I can get a strawberry pie down the street for $3. He says, "Well, then go down the street and get it." He says, "Well, they're out of strawberry pie." He says, "Fine. When I'm out of strawberry pie, it's $3 too." So, well, the shaving soap is like $6.99, but since it's free, I'm going to tell you it's a $78 value. Why not? Right? So, and it's a good shaving soap. I use it myself, believe it or not. My own product. I use my own Mojo Brothers shaving soap that we've devised. It comes in a nice little tin, a nice little container, and take a look at that. Go to mojoacademy.org because this is that time of year, that gift giving time of year. And there's a compulsion to give people stuff. And I say, give them stuff that'll last. Give them stuff they can use. Give a guy a book on how to shave, especially a young man. Give a really young guy who's just getting started in life. Show him how to do that, and he'll be off to a good, well-groomed start to life, because there's nothing closer than a good old-fashioned shave. And you don't have to be afraid of it. I know people say, well, I tried it once and I cut myself up to pieces. I said, well, you weren't doing it right because men have been doing this for centuries and haven't been cutting themselves to pieces. I tell a story in the book about a man I had an encounter with that he got mad at me. He said, every time I shave with a straight razor, I cut myself in about 8 places. I said, well, obviously you're not doing it right. He says, what do you mean I'm not doing it right? This is, look at the state of the world, right? It's because people will argue and fight about anything. So, and we're just here to spread positive energy and joy and love and light and happiness through the tarot. So I'm glad to be back. I don't have much to say, which is kind of odd because usually when I miss a few shows, I can't shut up. But I don't want to push it this time. I want to get right to the readings because I haven't done it in a long time, and I have a very important question that I need to have answered, which is, do I still know what I'm doing? It's been so long. That's why I'm nervous. So we got the cards all shuffled up, and I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. You see, I only babbled for 10 minutes. That's a record here, too. Just that's a quick shot for me. So let's ring that bell. We're now in sacred space, which means no commercials. And I will pull back the curtain on the magical window, and we will go to our first caller all the way out west in San Jose, California, for Meha. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm glad to be here. I just, I guess I missed like 2 months worth of shows because I thought I was going to die, but I'm not ready for that yet. So it's
The
so
good
I'm
news you
glad.
came right before the holiday.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be here. I'll tell you that. I'm happy to be here and talk to you. So what can I do for you? What can I look at for you?
I want to ask about my job, any new job or anything you can say.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm seeing. This is fascinating. What I've got here. The first card I have is the Devil card, and that is usually a person. Now, this is not about Satan and evil and things like that. It's a deeper thing actually than that, and it shows people chained to a block with a rather nasty looking demon there, but that's just pictorial. That's not literal. It means that somebody who's kind of you're not doing what you want to do, but you feel that you can't move. You feel stuck. Is that about it?
Yeah, I'm kind of sad because I lost my whole group got fired. Then
Oh
I got
no.
laid off, and then this is probably the worst time of being unemployed.
Yeah.
Everyone
Sure.
is
I
not
know.
hiring. Everyone is on hiring freeze, etc. and etc. So I'm kind of stuck,
And I
honestly.
keep hearing in the news about there are so many jobs available, but what kind of jobs are they? It's not what they're like part-time. Well, you're right. It's a very bad time for this. But let me tell you something. This is part of a plan here. That I know that sounds weird, but there's things coming your way. There's really good things coming your way. The next card is an indication that where you are now and what's happening now is the beginning of something new in your life. One phase of your life is ending and another one is beginning. Okay? I'll tell you why. I'm very clear about phrasing it that way because if I don't, it can startle people because the card I have is the death card. It doesn't mean you're going to die. Let's get that out of the way because what it means is that one part of your life is coming to an end and another is beginning. Now, these times of transition can be stressful. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It could be the best thing that happens to you, but it's stressful, right? So,
Yeah.
but this but the next card is the 10 of Cups, which is complete happiness and joy. So what the first thing I'm seeing in the cards is the overall picture is that you had felt pretty much trapped and stuck with where you were. It was a lucrative thing too, because the thing about the chains that are on the people in the card of the devil are chains that bind them to something that can be very lucrative. And you and you can get lost in that. It's almost like, a very charming person comes along and they can sweep you
Yeah.
off your feet, but just you can get things and you can go places,
Mhm.
but it may not be what you want. But that's going to
Okay.
change because you're entering a new phase in your life, and that the 10 of Cups tells me that is going to be a time of great happiness and joy. Now, how do you
Do you
get there?
have any timeline or something like?
Yeah,
Do you know?
it's happening now. Okay, that's the first part. The second thing
Okay.
is the 7 of Cups is here. A lot of people don't
Mhm.
like that card. I like that card a lot. That's a card. A lot of people say it's somebody who builds castles in the sky. Okay, to me,
Mhm.
it's a card of a person with an active imagination who can see
Mhm.
new options and can see things. And that tells me that you have a very good imagination and you can visualize what you want and see what it is and get it. You just haven't settled on it yet, have you?
No,
Say,
I'm still
don't.
trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, that's the 7 of Cups. If you look at that card,
Mhm.
you'll see that there's a person who's looking at 7 different cups, and there's all kinds of things in each cup.
Mhm.
It's
Okay.
sometimes it's a person who has too many ideas, they say, but I don't think you can have too many ideas because that's better than
Mhm.
having no ideas. So you're going to pick one. You're going to settle. You will. You definitely will. Now, the 9 of Coins is here, and that is an excellent card for you also because it means, first of all, it refers to money and in a very positive way.
Mhm.
And it means that
Mhm.
you're the kind of person who can be alone and be at one with yourself. You don't need
Mhm.
to be around people all the time. You don't need the outside influences. And that's very important because as you enter a new phase in your life, uh,
Mhm.
people are going to start falling away and there's some people who
Mhm.
you're going to lose contact with because they won't understand
Mhm.
that you're changing. Now, the 8 of Rods is here, and that says that what's coming is coming very soon. So
Mhm.
that's very good too. Now, let me tell you what I've got here. It's got the Knight of Cups. The Knights are the beginnings of things. The Cups are emotional, the heart. You're entering a period because you have the 10 of Cups here too. You're entering a period
Mhm.
of where emotional fulfillment is going to take precedence. You're going to do
Okay.
you'll do all right work wise. You'll do okay with money.
Mhm.
There's because of the 9 of Coins. But the
Mhm.
primary concern and the thing that you're going to be really working toward is uh, emotional stability and happiness, and
Mhm.
you'll find it. Okay, that's so
Okay.
you'll
Yeah.
you'll you'll get offers. You'll don't panic because yeah, it is a tough time, but you're very well situated here according to this. You're at a point of flux in your life where you're moving away from what you don't like to what you do like. And that
Okay.
can be pain.
Thank
Like I
you.
said, that can be painful. So hang in there, okay? Because the outcome of
Yeah.
all this is the outcome is good. Here, like 10 of Coins is again money, 10 of Coins, and that's the
Okay.
perfect. That's money is coming your way. You'll be working and you'll be making money. Okay.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
listen, I see
Yeah,
it
I
here,
really
and
need.
in fact, this card that I just got, I just pulled one more card for you. It's the 6 of Swords. That literally describes what I just mentioned, which is a person who gets from here
Mhm.
to there using
Mhm.
her own
Mhm.
willpower and her own strength. So you'll do it. You have a lot of good ideas. Go with those and realize that what you're suffering through now is almost like shedding your skin, that because there's a new
Mhm.
you on the way and you're going to like that new you. I guarantee it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
My
so much
pleasure.
for the reading.
Bye bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. I got a feeling that she didn't quite believe me, but that's a very good reading. And whether you believe it or not, good stuff is coming. Is my message. It is going to be coming. It's on the way here. Once again, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we look through the magical window of the tarot. We're on every 6 months for about 20 minutes. Theoretically, I'm here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, where we look through the tarot. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of new stuff cooking over at mojoacademy.org, where you will find a book there that will change your life. That's how I like to put it. Evelyn in Tupelo, Mississippi is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
grab
look pretty good.
yeah, I'm gonna grab a quick drink of water here for a second.
Okay.
I have not been. I haven't done this in a few months, so I've lost my rhythm, and now my mouth dried out on me. But it's all better now. So, Evelyn, what can I look at for you?
Engaged, seeing how things will pan out.
How things are in your engagement?
Yes.
Have you set a date yet?
No, we haven't.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's shuffle them once more. And cut the card. Well, yeah, okay. The first thing I've got here is the Four of Swords, which is a card that is about taking a bit of a break. You know, things are settled down. Nothing much happening. The Eight of Cups is an interesting card in this regard because cups are about romance, emotion, love, and you're the Eight of Cards is the Eight of Cups in this card is where you're going towards something that's good for you. You're heading in the right direction. You're heading towards something you left something that wasn't good for you, and now you've got something that's good for you. So that's worth knowing. The Knight of Cups is here, which is a card again about romance and growth and the unfolding and the growth of a romance. The World is here, which is a card of assured success. So it's looking good, but it seems to still be in the formative stages. How long have you been together?
Since 2020.
So a couple of the 2020s. These are 3 rough years, right? You know that.
Yeah.
So congratulations for getting through it because the world fell apart for a lot of people in 2020. It was no need to tell you what happened. You were there. It happened to all of us. But it seems to me that you're going to come out of this okay. Here's another one. Is the Three of Rods, like with the Four of Swords. It's just what you want isn't ready yet. So you just got to give it a little more time, according to these cards. That's why I asked how long it's been.
Because I've been, kind of feeling kind of strange about the situation, not knowing, if they're still fully committed to it or what have you. So.
Well, there's nothing here that's negative. Let me put it that way. Okay, there's at least that's good. That's a good sign. What there is here is that it's kind of it needs to take a little more time to grow. I know after a few years that's how much more time do you need? But these things are very different for everybody, and let me ask you this. This is just a question because of what I'm seeing in the cards. Is this like a long distance relationship?
No.
Okay, good.
I relocated to.
Oh, you moved.
Okay. Yeah, we're living in the same place now.
Oh, so it started out as a long distance thing.
Yeah.
Okay, because I see that. That's why I wanted to know if that's still going on. Well, that's good because what the cards are giving me a sense of motion, that it's still moving forward. And you how long have you moved? When did you relocate?
I relocated in 2020.
Oh, okay. So then it should be moving along pretty well. But I have here like the Ten of Cups. That's a card of great happiness and joy. I'm not seeing anything wrong. I'm just seeing that for some reason, it still requires a little more time to ripen. Okay, now that doesn't mean you have to sit back and be passive. I mean, there's things you can do. If you want to move it along, obviously, there are things that you could do. There's also magical things that you could do if you're interested. You could drop me a line, and I'll be happy to show you a few things. No charge, of course. I can just show you a few things you can do that is simple, and it's because I shy away from quote like love spells. But since you're all because that's like black magic, even though it sounds nice, to say make this person love me, but because you've all been together for 3 years and you've been you know you're in something now. If you want something a little, you want to think about, maybe you want to do a little something mystical to kind of move it along and help it a little bit in the direction in which it's already heading, which is different. Let me know. I'd be happy to do it. You can contact me through Ask One Radio, or my email is asktaro@earthlink.net. And I just Google Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I'm the easiest guy in the world to find. And like I said, if you want to do that, I'll be happy to do that, and no charge at all. I say that because I'm I know that I hate to knock other people, but I'm not going to. But there are people who will do something and say, I can help you move that along, and then they tell you it's like $500 or something. But this is an offer that's free, because what I'd be sharing with you is common folklore. And I'm not charging for that. That's mean. It's not.
All right, I really appreciate that.
So if you want to, I'll be happy to do that. But especially in Mississippi, there's a lot of root workers. There's a lot of people who can show you what to do. You know that. You know the type of people I mean. Let's take another. Let's take another look at a card here for you. Let's see what we got here. And here's the magician. That's a person who can bring spiritual power down to earth here and use it. I just think that it's not ripe yet. That's all I'm saying. I'm not seeing anything that says I got to tell you to get out of there. I'm not seeing anything bad. I'm seeing a nice, pleasant thing here, but it needs to grow a little bit more before the next step. And that's where you are right now. So I just shuffled the cards, and here it is again, which is the Four of Swords, which is about taking a break and waiting for things to develop. So I know that it's not the nicest period of time to wait and wait. So if you, like I said, if you want to, if you want to do something a little spiritual to nudge it along, I'll be more than happy to answer that question for you. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
And I will light a candle, a white candle, after the show to send positive energy towards the both of you. How's that?
All right. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right. Bye.
And we'll shuffle them up. And there's a lot of this. I want to talk about that sometime. It's in. I think I'm pretty sure I have that. I write that up in my book. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Isn't that a wonderful title? It's so modest. That there's over the years I've been getting these things. I'll tell you a story. This will lead into it. It's the same thing. I've been getting people asking me, "Can you make this person or that person fall in love with me?" And that's dangerously close to black magic, because that's imposing your will on somebody else. If you go to my site, not Mojo Brothers, which is mojoacademy.org. If you go to magic-works.com, and you'll see something there for love spells. Mostly saying don't, But there's a story there, which was there was a very successful businesswoman that my wife and I knew, an international fashion businesswoman, and she had this fiance who just wouldn't get off the ball. She kept waiting for that proposal, and it just didn't come. And she asked me if I could do something to kind of like inch it along, So, like again, I said, it's not a matter of it wasn't this black magic kind of make him love me, because they'd been together. And when she went back to Paris, and when she came to New York again, I had a special oil made for her. The details of which I won't go into, but let's just say it served her need, and she used it. And the next day, the guy proposed to her, and it scared her. Now she got what she wanted, and she didn't want it. See, and that's why you always kind of be careful, because sometimes the worst thing you can do is get what you want, right? We've all seen that. So when people come to me and they say, there's this guy who's not paying attention to me, or there's this woman, I really love her and she doesn't pay attention to me. Can you do something to make her want me? Well, I could, but you wouldn't like it. But the thing I tell them is, how about this? How about I show you something you can do so that you can send out into the world the message. I would like somebody who is looking for somebody like me to find me. And there you go. You see, you haven't crossed any lines there. And that's the way it goes. And besides, isn't that a bit of a blow to the ego to think that you could only get somebody interested in you by casting a spell? I mean, yeesh, that's kind of like, that's a little self-defeating there. Sherry in Battle Creek, Michigan is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Sherry?
Well, I'm good.
Good. Glad to hear it. What can I look at for you?
Okay, I don't know if this is up your alley or not, but I have a younger brother that we have not seen or heard from the last 15 years. So I was wondering if you could tell me if he's still alive or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's. I'll take a look. I'll take a shot at it. That's not the strangest
I'm
request I've
71,
ever
so
had.
I'm too old for love stuff.
Well, well, you never know.
Right.
Let's see now. Let's see what I can get, if I can get anything here about that.
Right.
If he's still out there. Not very interesting, is it, just listening to me shuffle cards? But I'm looking, I'm
Oh,
working
no, I was listening to it earlier, and you're very interesting.
Um,
I think I have to look your website up.
okay, I'm not getting very positive answers here to that. I mean, I'm getting dark cards with clouds on them and people lying in the dirt face down with knives in their back, and angels, pictures of angels, heavenly stuff. It's,
Right.
the high priestess, which is about communicating with people on the other side. So I'm not getting any indication that he's still here.
Right. What's weird is my mother, I have a very dysfunctional family, but my mother and father split up back in the 80s. And I asked my dad, I said, what happened? And she kind of had some mental illness going on. He goes, oh, she met another man and left with him. Well, I did some research and found out that she was hit by a hit and run driver in California.
Oh.
Yeah, about 6 years later after that. And I was trying to search for her. And finally, a lot of researching, I got the birth death certificate and everything and found out what really happened. And then the same thing with my brother. I've been trying to find him the same way, and nothing comes up.
Yeah, like I said, I'm getting messages of here that are not very positive in that regard. I'll tell you a funny thing though about researching. While I was sick, because I didn't do this show for a few months and I had a really bad flu.
Right.
I did some researching in my family and in my wife's family, and I discovered the darndest thing, which was that when you go back to our great grandparents, I mean, here we met here in New York City. Okay, we met here in New York, and when you trace the roots of my family on my mother's side and her family on her father's side, you go back to great grandparents. They lived in the same county in Europe, in the same part of Germany, and where Poland and Germany kind of mix. They lived in the same area. Our great grandparents. Is that not weird?
Right.
So
weird. I know it's weird. Like I thought when my mother had passed that she would, because I believe in life after, and they try and contact you on this and that. I thought maybe that I would get some contact from her, but I didn't. It was years later that I found out what really happened to her. So then, same thing with my brother. I'm wondering, was he still alive? Because there's nothing on him out anywhere,
I'm
just weird.
I'm just. Have you tried Social Security death records?
I don't know a Social Security number. That's the problem.
You just need the name. If you can
Really?
find, yeah, I haven't used it in a long time, but if you can find the Social Security records, the death index, you just all you need is the name. I found my parents there to make sure that
Oh, wow.
because there were conflicting stories about how and when my father died, and I was able to find it using just the Social Security thing.
Just go to
So
Social Security online. That's
the
certificate.
social.
Or,
No, I don't think it's got. I don't think it's with the Social Security people, but it's called
oh,
the just Social Security Death Index, and I know some sites link to it, so you should be able to find it.
okay. Yeah, I was thinking about getting in contact with a medium, people that contact with people on the other side,
Oh
you
well,
know.
you got some good people here at Ask One Radio who do that. I do that sort of because the tarot cards have been able to do it for me. It's not really me, but if you wanted to get to a medium, check out the lineup at Ask One Radio, and maybe you'll see somebody you might want to contact off the air. But like I said, I'm not. I got bleak cards here. You know what I mean? I didn't get any cards that indicated somebody was alive and well. Let's put it that way.
Right. Well, it's
So
better to know one way or the other.
yeah. Well, if you look, my email, I mentioned this earlier, I'll do it again. Or you can always hear this at the archives or find me through Ask One Radio. My email is asktarot, one word, asktarot@earthlink.net. And drop me a line if you have a problem.
Carol.
Asktarot
Carol.
at earthlink.net. I see it's a nice old. I've been doing this so long. I have an Earthlink email address. If you if you have if you hit a wall and you can't get and find the Social Security death index, let me know and I'll see what I can dig up and I can get back to you. Okay.
Right.
So
Yeah, you're very interesting. I've been listening to you, and
oh, thanks.
I thought, well, maybe I can find something out one way or the other. But most
Yeah,
people
well,
want love or this or that, money or whatever.
power too, right? Yeah.
I don't know
I
about
used to,
power, but
I used to get people call, not on the air, but they would call me and say, "Look, there's somebody I want to have killed." I say, "No,
oh no.
I'm not Lepke here. I'm not Murder Incorporated." No. I write
Well, I
about
know,
that
like
too
you were
on my
saying,
website.
there's a lot of people out there that say, "Oh, there's a curse in your family. Give me $500."
Yeah,
Or
yeah. Oh, you know the
someone's done
racket.
this to you. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's a big racket. I used to live in Vegas. It's a big racket.
Yeah, because
And
it's
there's people
astounding.
like you and other people that, like you say, you write, light a candle or, stuff like that, to tell people.
I've
Because
been
usually
doing.
you'll ask,
I've been reading cards since the 1980s, and I've only once come across a reading that told me that somebody had a curse going there.
really?
And no, yeah, and I know I did not charge, because there are some people there are some readers I'm familiar with who like every third person they talk to has a curse, and of course they have a cure.
Right.
So, we frown on that
Or something in your past. You got to clear
yeah.
your past karma. Oh,
And
$500, and
yeah, it's amazing what $500 will cure, right?
yeah, that's true. But anyway, I got you lined. Do you see if I have any financial,
Money,
my,
you be
well, if I'm gonna get my
let me tell
finances
you,
better.
the moment you said that, the card that I had in my hand is the Two of Coins. Two of Coins is about
Right.
juggling money. It's about balancing money. It's about credit. It's about trying to make things ends meet. The Five of Coins, sorry, the Five of Coins is very bad. That's not this one. The Four of Coins is here. That's a person who knows how to stretch a dollar, knows how to hang on to the money and be good about it. So what I see here, there's the Eight of Coins. That's telling me that there's potential for money coming your way, but money is tight, but it looks like you know how to handle it, and you'll be okay. All right.
All right. Yeah, I just robbed Peter to pay Paul right now.
Yeah,
you know.
that's the two of coins. That's exactly it. Juggling, right? We've all been there. I'll tell you. I got to run. I got to take another call, but you be sure to drop me a line if you need help with that Social Security Death Index thing. Okay, it's a cheerful name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why can't they come up with a better name? We give them billions and billions in tax money. They could come up with a better name than Death Index. So let me know.
Right.
Okay. Nice
Okay,
talking to
thank you
you.
so much.
Bye now. Let's shuffle them up. Well, Colleen in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. We'll go right to you. How you doing, Colleen?
I'm great, Elliot. How about you?
I'm doing much better than I thought I would. I haven't done this in so long. I got a little nervous, but I'm
Oh,
having a great time. What can I
good.
look at for you?
Oh, I was just wondering, like, what do you see for me, like, in the next 6 months? Like, would I be able to still afford where I'm at, or am I going to meet my life partner, and how, or who he is,
Sure.
or whatever?
Okay, let's see. And you know something, you reminded me of something, and an announcement I want to make later. I had a really nice announcement laid up for all the listeners here, and I completely forgot it. But you reminded me. So by saying 6 months, I'll do it at the end of the show. Let's see what we got here. You want to see in the state of romance, that kind of thing.
Sure.
Okay, let's see what we have here. Well, something's coming because I've got the Page of Cups here. Cups are about romance and emotion and the heart. And the pages are about something that's new, that appears new. It's not theoretical. Like the Knight is maybe something is about to arise, but the pages are real. So that's here. The Four of Cups is here. Oh, these cards like you because you asked me about that, and I get cup cards. Four of Cups is one of my favorite cards in this context because it's about somebody is interested in you. Someone around you is interested in you, but just hasn't made it known.
Oh.
Because the symbology of the card is a person looking at three cups and doesn't see that there's a cloud right next to that person. And from the cloud, a hand is issuing forth, holding another cup, offering that. But you'll see that at some point. Keep an eye out on that. Maybe there's somebody who acts, you'll notice that somebody you may have known for a while acts a little different now around you, something like that, because it's somebody you know, and it's somebody around you. Have you recently been in a relationship that didn't quite work?
Yeah, a couple of them in the last 6 months, I'd say.
Okay, because that's no. Listen, that's better than not trying, right? I asked you
Yeah.
that because I got the Five of Cups. They see it's all cup cards here, so the cards are really responding to your question. The Five of Cups is about a partial loss. The Five of Cups means that the person is looking at three spilled cups and doesn't see that right behind her there are two full cups, which means there's other opportunities. It's not as bad as you thought it was, but right now you're still feeling the loss from the other things that didn't quite work out. But that's going to pass. That will pass. The Two of Cups is here. Again, cups. Look at that. There are three more cards here, and they're cups. The Two of Cups is about literally means a new relationship in the old way of reading cards. That there's a new one coming. The Ace of Cups. Remember, I said the Page of Cups means that it's here, it's real, and that the aces are theoretical. The aces say that it's a potential. So you have the potential and the reality here. So this is definitely a loaded reading here, saying that there is. Here's another cup card. This is astounding. Three of Cups generally means that you're going to meet somebody through your friends, but there's somebody out there now who's interested but is a little shy. So here's the thing. This is coming. This is happening now. This is on the way. There's a new relationship coming. That's the Two of Cups. This says that. The Three of Cups tells me it's going to come through friends. The Ace of Cups and the Page of Cups tells me that it's really just about here already. This is not cups now, but it's a major card. It's the Wheel of Fortune. It means the situation you're in now is going to change, and it's going to change for the better because they're happy cards after that. The Knight of Cups, you see, that's somebody coming into your life again. new, though. The nights, it's going to be tempestuous. It's going to be an exciting relationship, and it's going to go up and down, and you know what I mean. It's the kind of thing. It'll be very vibrant. Let's put it that. Not that it's nuts, but it's vibrant. I have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 cards here, and 7 of them are cups. So yes, it's definitely coming your way. So
Okay, cool.
just be prepared for it. The thing is, you'll know that it's getting closer when you start feeling less the effects of the relationships that didn't work out. When that starts fading away, then you're getting closer to this. But it is coming. It's definite. I mean, you can't get 7 out of 8 cards all being cups without it being real. So hang in there, because something really nice and new is on the way to you.
Is there any way to know, like, about the person?
Well, let's see.
Like clues or?
Well, let's see. Oh gosh, I got the Knight of Cups again. Yeah, this is odd because I have there are aces here. I've got aces. Aces mean new beginnings, right? Ace, the beginning, ace. Okay, I have the ace of coins, the ace of rods, and the ace of cups. So I'm seeing a well-balanced person who can open up doors for you, who is maybe in the business world and has a pretty decent income and is emotionally well-balanced. Now, I don't know if there's but maybe 12 men in the world who fit that description, right? But hearing my women friends talk, I don't know, but that's what I'm seeing it, and they're all aces, which is good because that's even colloquial, like, hey, it's aces with me, this is good. That means a lot of new things are coming your way. With this relationship is going to open up work opportunities. It's going to open up money opportunities. It's going to be good for you emotionally. It's looking really good. But there's a strong possibility that this is going to be a person of business. Oh, look at that. The 6 of coins. That's a person handing out money. It's a philanthropist. I think you're going to do well here emotionally and materially and financially, and career-wise. I think it's going to be very good. So keep an eye out for something like. In other words, if a real loser shows up, that's not him. Okay.
Well, I thought I had found him a couple of times recently,
Yeah.
but they just can't commit.
No, that's that's a problem because people ask me. Look, I had a marriage that lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days. Okay, but who's counting, right? And this particular marriage that I'm in now, it's like 39 years.
Awesome.
And of course, the question that I get asked all the time is, what is the secret to having a marriage that lasts almost 40 years? And I say lack of curiosity, but you work things out, you grow together. But yeah, I shuffle them up again. The big card that comes up is the Ace of Cups. That means this is the beginning of a really good time for you emotionally. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds exciting to me. So let me know how it goes. I'd love to hear.
That would be a good change.
Okay. I've got to run. Bye-bye now.
Well, thank you so much, Elliot. God
My
bless.
pleasure. Bye. Let's squeeze in Rachel from Illinois. Hi, Rachel. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. I've got a couple of minutes left. I'm up against the clock, but what can I do for you? What can I look at?
I'm wondering if the business venture that I'm trying to start up is going in the right direction.
Okay. The Temperance card is here that says it's that means well balanced. The 3 of Cups is here. The traditional meaning of that card is the completion of a matter in plenty. So that's pretty good too. 7 of Coins shows a person with money coming in. The 7 of Rods is a person who can sweep away all obstacles, and rods are about career and work. So yeah, it looks like you're going to do very well here. You had some hard times. The Ten of Swords tells me that those are over. Okay, so that's
Awesome.
good too.
Thanks.
That's about it.
Well,
It
all
sounds like
righty. Well, that just a little bit of confirmation that I needed. Keep
yeah,
going.
sounds like good news to me. Let's see if I can find one more card. Yeah, see, here's another one. The Three of Rods. That's about business. That's you're waiting for that. The Three of Rods in terms of business is about like it shows a person looking at ships in the harbor, which means he's sending the ships off to do business, and they're going to come back laden with goods. You see, so the return is good. All these are positive cards, very positive.
Awesome.
I got a good feeling for this one. Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye bye now. And hey, folks, that's it. I've just got a few minutes to go here because, oh man, I hope I wasn't too abrupt with anyone, but my rhythm is off, you know. But I have to tell you because this guy to mention to the caller that I forgot to mention something, and I'm going to mention it now. By gosh. Like I said, I haven't been able to do readings for people because I was sick and I lost my voice for a lot of that. And then I had, believe me, it was a total car wreck. But I'm back now, and I figure it this way. Let's say I missed half the shows that I usually do. So to make up for that, I'm knocking the price of my private readings in half. I'm serious about this until the end of the year, maybe even longer, who knows. If you want to have a reading, and the end of the year is a good time to get a reading because you take a look at what's coming for the next year. But since I managed to only fulfill half of my obligations here, I want to cut everything in half. That's well, I don't mean. I mean in terms of work. You know, I will. You go to magic-works.com, and on the homepage, you'll see something there about readings, right? And you'll see the cost of my readings, which is not high. I don't believe in gouging people for readings. It's pretty fair pricing, I believe. But I'm going to cut that in half. So whatever price you see there, cut it in half. Okay? That's a special for the Ask One Radio audience. And anybody else actually, but I really want to. I definitely want to give that to you people because you were so patient, waiting for me, and I missed you, and I want to do more readings. And the best way to do that is since I missed half of the shows. Oh gosh, and I was just sitting here so lonely. Yeah, I missed half the shows. I'm going to cut the price of my readings in half. So that's a gift. And I say, let's do it, right? So if you've thought about maybe getting a reading, I know cash is tight these days, and I never let money get in the way anyhow. But if you thought about getting a reading with me and you'd like to do that, you could look, you know, I start out with a $10 reading, which is an email reading. That's now $5. See how that works? Oh, man, that's the easy math, right? I love math when it's subtraction. A half-hour reading, a 15-minute reading, an hour reading, whatever the price there is, you just slash that in half, and you send me an email and said like what this or that reading, and we'll do it for half the price, and you'll get twice the service then. See, because I'll be so happy to hear from you. And I had cabin fever, folks. I mean, I was going wacky sitting here with nothing but listening to the news, which I eventually gave up on because it's all the same stuff, you know. So I can't do that. I like to have, this is one thing I don't want to do. I don't ever want to get into discussing political stuff and news here because we're fed up with that, aren't we? I am. I mean, it's all everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. It's replaced everything. It's replaced sports. You know, it's the new kind of sports. So let's just make a deal here, which is I won't discuss that stuff. And I know that's what they say. Don't discuss it at the table. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. You don't want to discuss politics. Well, you know, why not? But I'd say why not? Why not? Because that's all everybody's talking about. And have you noticed that we live in a world of everybody being an expert? Anybody who was in Congress for a year and a half and then quit is now an expert in the news. Oh, it's overbearing. So let's just stick to the things that are important in life, which is the metaphysical, which are the universal questions of why we're here, what we're doing here, what we can do to make things better for everybody, including ourselves, right? We want to make things better for us, don't we? And one of the things I think I can do to make things better and help make things better is to cut the price of my private readings in half. So go to magic-works.com. There's like 100 and something pages there of interesting stuff. There's movies there. There's things to read. There's all kinds of stuff there. But if you look at the chart that has the price of my readings, you just take a look at that and slash it in half. And don't be shy about claiming that, because I'm offering it. So until next week, and I really got my fingers crossed, because I said that 4 months ago or something too. Until next week, just remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
Well, hello. It's